Meet xdesign.ai, a full-stack AI mobile design agent you will build and deploy, where you simply write a prompt and boom, the AI generates a clean modern mobile UI on a draggable canvas with custom theme, PNG export, regeneration, and much more. We will build xdesign.ai using Next.js, Prisma, MongoDB, Inngest, and Kinde. Now let's dive straight into the demo. Also, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. On the home page, we paste in a prompt and then hit the design, and this is going to create the project and redirect us to the canvas screen where you can see the AI is already generating the screen. So it's going to analyze and then generate the screen. So it's currently generating, and very soon we are going to see the number of screens it is going to generate in the loading state. So let's wait for this to display. Now we can see that the AI has shown the screens that it's about to create, it's about to generate. So we have the welcome onboarding screen like I asked it to do, the login and the statistics dashboard. So it's going to generate the welcome screen first before the login and then the uh, the statistics dashboard screen. So we're going to wait for the AI to complete the generation for the welcome onboarding screen. So we can see that we can move the device, the frames, and the canvas, and you can select each of the frame. So we're going to wait for the AI to complete generating the screen. Now we should see that it has generated the welcome onboarding screen, which looks very good. You can see how beautiful it looks. You can drag it, expand it, move it around, and we have different tools here. We have the view HTML, download PNG. Also, you can ask the AI to regenerate, and you also have the option to delete the frame. Now we can see that it has generated the welcome, the login screen. Now it's remaining the statistics dashboard. So we're going to wait for this to complete that. So I can also select this tool, which has also the tool bar. You can also move these two anywhere around the canvas. So let's just wait for the statistics dashboard to complete. And now you can see that the AI has generated the statistics dashboard. Now you can see that it's finalizing. It's going to take a screenshot of the canvas and set it as the project thumbnail. So once it completes, we are going to test the AI. We're going to ask the AI to regenerate, uh, maybe to generate the card to make it more bolder, the font. So let's just wait for this to finalize. We also have the option to download a PNG. And once I click on this, this is going to download the frame the PNG. Now we can see that it has downloaded the the screen, it has downloaded the frame. Then you can also ask the AI to regenerate. So I'm going to ask the AI to please make. So I've asked the AI to please make the total network card text bold. So I'm going to click on send, and this is going to submit the prompt, and then the AI is going to start regenerating the update. So we're going to wait for this to submit, then it will start generating. Now we can see that the frame has started to regenerate. So I'm going to wait for it to generate. So let's just wait for this. Now we can see that it has made the font bold. So this looks great. So it's going to also finalize and also take a screenshot. So we can change theme. So I can click on we can click here to see all the themes I have. So I can click Netflix theme, and then this is going to change this from the other theme we default theme the AI selected to the Netflix theme. You have a lot of themes here. You can select any of the theme you want, and this is going to match. Some of them might not match, but you can pick any of the theme you want. So I'll go back to Netflix, and I can save this if I prefer this color or this theme. I'll click on save, and this is going to update the project. Then I can ask the AI agent to generate another screen. I can say design the wallet screen only, and I'm going to click on design, and then this is going to start generating. You can see how it has started to generate, and a couple of seconds we're going to see the frame appear on on the canvas. So let's wait for this to run. Now we should see that it has displayed the frame still loading, and we can see the name. It has given the frame name, which is my wallet, and all the buttons here are disabled. So it's going to generate. So let's wait for this to complete. Now we can see that the AI has designed this already. You can see it's finalizing. You can see the wallet. Now the AI agent is going to take a screenshot of the canvas to update the project thumbnail. So this is looking good. Now we can see that the AI agent has done a great job. So we can also take a screenshot of the canvas if you want. So we also have the dark mode and the light mode. You can switch from um, dark mode to light mode, and then you can just go back. So the agent also has access to Unsplash 2, so it can call Unsplash 2 to get images. So we're going to look at some examples that I've already generated. Now we can see that the project here we created recently is, and we can see the thumbnail is added. We can see some other design that I've already done. If I click on this, we can see how good looking the design is. We also have the let's scroll down. So I'm going to scroll down and click on any of these. So I'll click on this. This projects use the AI agents use the Unsplash to uh, to generate to get the images. We can see how good looking the screen is. So head over to Next.js documentation and let's install Next.js. So just copy the command right here and let's head over to the code editor. So I have here code already open and I'm just going to paste the command and then click on enter. So this should install Next.js into this project. So I'm just going to wait for this to run. So I'm just click on yes, and then let's wait for this. So let me type in dot here, and I'm going to pick the recommended default, and let's wait for this to install. So Next.js has installed completely. So let's head over into the app and let's clear some of the files. So inside, I'm going to go into layout first, and then I'm going to change in the fonts. So I'll just remove all of this. I'll change the fonts to this. So let me just copy this and paste it here. And then I'm going to go copy the font here and just change this to class name here. So let me quickly import this and the error should stop. So inside here, we're going to create the route, a group route. So I'll call this route. And then let's move in the page inside the route. And here we're going to create a layout.cxx. So inside this layout, I'm just going to copy the layout, just going to copy this function from inside the root layout and paste it inside this layout here. So I'm going to paste it here. And there I'm going to change this to app layout. Sorry, app layout like so. That is it. So we are done with this. We're going to create a folder. We're going to call this project, and there is a page .cxx RASCE page. So we are done with this part. Let's go ahead and set up and add Shanty UI into the project. So I would head over to the documentation. Let's go over to the browser and then I'll go to Shanty UI. And there I'm just going to go into documentation, docs. click on Next.js, and let's add Shanty UI in it. So just copy this npm. Let's head over to the browser to the code editor, and I'm going to open my terminal and then let me paste this here and click on enter. So this is going to initialize Shanty UI into our project. So click enter, yes. So I'm just okay. Let's just click, and then this is going to install Shanty UI and the dependency. So let's have some of the Shanty UI components. So I'm going to clear my terminal, and then let's say Shanty UI nps Shanty add, and then we're going to select some of the components we're going to use in this project. Wow, again. So let's select the components we're going to use. So I'm going to select avatar. So I'm going to select button, card, uh, dialog, input group. I think that's all. Let me just select label, separator, skeleton, sonar, I have spinner. I think that's all. So I'll click on enter. So this is going to add the components into our UI folder. So let's head over to the Shanty documentation, and let's add the theme or dark mode. I mean, so click on dark mode, then click on Next.js. Then we need to install this. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's head over to the code. So let's make sure this is installing. So I'm just going to paste this. So this is going to start installing the next theme. And while this is installing, let's go back to the documentation and let's copy this. So I'm just going to copy this. So we're going to create a file called theme provider, and we're going to add it in the root, in the layout. So I'll just go back to the code. So let me close this, and let's create a theme inside the component folder, theme provider.txx. So I'm going to paste this inside here. And then once that's done, let's head over to the documentation again. And I'm going to copy these whole parts here. So once you copy that, so let's head over into the layout. And here I'm just going to remove this, and let's paste in the theme provider. Also add the toaster here. We're going to import that from Sonar or from UI and Toast. So I'm going to import the theme from theme provider, component theme provider. Then the toaster, we're going to import that from UI Sonar. So save this, and then that's also we're going to also inside the global.css, we are going to change the theme. So I'll head over to uh, let's head over to the browser, and let's go to xcn. Yeah, we just come over to this website, then head over to editor theme, then click on this, and then we're going to select the cloud style. You can click here to copy the code, So I'll just copy this. So copy everything here. And then let's head over to the editor. So I'm going to change everything. So let me remove this and paste it. So let's also remove the let's remove this too and make sure everything is saved. So let's run the server to make sure everything is working fine. npm run dev. And you can see that it's working fine. We can see the chantier button here. And this is taking up the cloud theme. So that's it. So let's go ahead and work on the home screen. So let's go into the app folder inside the route page, and let's remove everything here. So I'm just going to remove all of this, and there we're going to remove like this. So I remove the button and the image, and let's create a common folder inside the route. And there we're going to create the header.txx, and also the landing, I'll just call it landing section, or you can call it home or main section. So I'll just call it anything now. .txx. Yeah, I'm going to say RASCE, like this. So let's copy this inside the page.txs. I'm just going to pass that inside here, and let's import this. And then inside the landing section, okay, let's add class name here. We'll give this minimum height of screen. Then let's say uh let's close this. Let's give this width full by this. Then I'm going to create a div here, and then we're going to call the header component here. So for now, I'm just going to comment it out. We're going to implement that now. So let's just have class name flex column by this. So we're going to create a div here. Let's give this a class name of a relative overflow hidden, and then I'm going to give this a padding of 2 8. Then we should have a div here, and let's give this a class name maximum width 6xl ms auto flex and flex color. And then items center, justify center. Then here we're going to create a div, and let's give this class name say space space y3, and then if you have the h1, let's give this a class name center, text center, font. Let's give this font bold, semi bold, and then text for Excel, and then we're going to give this tracking and tights. Let's also say on last screen we should have text 5 Excel. So yeah, I'm just going to paste this a design mobile app, then text primary in minutes. Then we should have the paragraph. Let's give this a class name from MX Auto. I'm going to give this maximum width, so to make it so it does not break, maximum width to XL, text center, or we can wrap this instead of p tag, we can wrap this in a div if you want. So I'll just leave it like this. Then we can have font medium, text foreground, and then text program muted like this, text foreground. Then we're going to have leading, relax. Then on smaller or large screen, we're going to have text large. And then I'm going to paste this. And then below here, we're going to have a div that wraps the prompt input. So I'm just going to give this a class name, flex, widthful, the maximum width 3XL, 3XL, and then I'm going to also have flex column, item center, cap 8 relative, and let's give design index of 50 like this. And there we're going to have a div, and this is going to wrap the AI prompts inputs, which we're going to create. So I'll just comment this out for now. Let's give this a class name, widthful, like this. So let's quickly create the prompt input. So I'm just going to uncomment this out, and there I'm going to make this reusable. So I'm going to add in a class name here. I'm going to say a ring, a 2 ring primary, and rounded 3 exterior. Then I'm going to let's add prompt text. So we're going to create a state here. We're going to call this prompt text. So let's quickly create a state here. So I'll change this to use clients constant use states of type string. And here we have a prompt text set prompt text here. Like this, so we're going to set prompt text. is equals to set prompt text. And you can pass in, for now, we say it's loading to force. You can also pass in on submit. For now, we're going to just set this to like this. So let's go into the component folder and let's create the prompt inputs.cxx. Let's change this to prompt input instead of AI prompt input. So I'll say RAFCE prompt input. Let's import this inside the landing section. And let's head over to prompt input. So let's write the types here. I'm going to change this to use clients. And there we're going to have the interface here. So we have the prompt text, set prompt text, loading, class name, and on submit. I'm going to destructure this and pass the prompt type, then get the prompt text, then set prompt text, then it's loading, we get it's loading, then the class name to add custom classes to style to the prompt input. Then we have the on submit. And I'm going to also add hide submit button because we're going to use this inside the canvas. So I'm going to add hide submit button, and this is going to be optional boolean of type boolean. Then we can add that and set the default to false. So let's add comma there. So here we're going to give this a class name, of BG background. Then we're going to import input group from Shanty UI. And there we're going to pass in the custom CSS as customs and class. So I'm going to use cn here. And let's just import this from YouTube. Then I'm going to let's give this minimum height 172 pixel. Uh, let's give this PG background too, like this. I think that is all. We've added rounded with Excel. Okay, we added this in the landing section. So I think I can remove it here. We don't need it here. And then we can pass in the class name. If there's a class name, we pass in the class name. And then here we're going to have the input group text area. So input group text area. So import that. It should be self-closing tag. Then here we can have a class name, text base status and py 2.5. Then we can have a placeholder. I want to design an app that then we can pass in the value to the prompt text. Then on change, we can get the event and set prompt text to event index.target dot value. Like this. So below here we are going to have some of the actions that where the submit button. So I'm going to call this input group action add-on. Sorry. So we're going to have align. I'm going to say block end. Let's give this a class name. Flex item, or let's say item center justify, and and then we're going to have the submit button. So we're going to say we're going to check if not hide submit button. Then we're going to show the hand input group button. So let's import that input group button. So let's give this variant. Okay, let's say, yeah, let's say variant default. Then let's give this a class name. Uh, um, so let's leave the class name. Let's give the size small, and let's have disabled. We're going to have if there's no prompt text. Sorry, dot trim or is loading by this, and then we're going to have the on submit here. On click, sorry, on click. We are going to call on submit. I think on submit is optional, so that's why we have to do like this. Then here we can say if it's loading. Then we're going to show a spinner here. Else we're going to return set design, and then an icon, corner icon, down a left icon. Let's give a class name of size 4 by this. So import spinner from UI spinner. And I think that is it. So let's remove this. Yeah. So let's make sure we save this, and let's head over to the landing section, and the error should stop. And so below here we're going to have a div. Then we're going to so this div is going to hold the suggestion. So I'm going to paste the suggestion list here. So this is going to be a list of suggestion. You can copy that from the GitHub. So this is going to be the value, which is the prompt, and this is going to be the label. So I'm going to collapse this. And once we scroll down to where we have the div, we're going to go ahead and get this and suggestion components. So if you head over to AI elements and just head over to the AI SDK dev elements, then you can see suggestion. So these are the suggestion. We're going to copy the code, and you should see how to make use of it. So I'll scroll down here. You can add this manually, or you can see the entire code here. I think this is okay. I'll copy this manually so I can add it into okay, this is having repo. So let's just add it like this. I'll copy this, and then let's head over into code editor, and let's just open the terminal. So I'll open a new terminal and let's add this inside here. So paste this and let's click on enter. So this should add the suggestion inside the AI elements for us. So this has installed the suggestion components. So we can see that uh, inside here. You can see AI element suggestion, and you can see it here. So let's use it inside the landing page section. So collapse. So let's import suggestion from AI elements. Let's collapse this. Let's look through the suggestion list dot map, and then let's get suggestion from AI elements. And here we can pass in the key. I'm going to say key is going to be equals to s.label, and then suggestion is going to be s.label again. Then we should have a class name. I'll just say text small, extra small. Then I'm going to say height 7, then px 2.5, then pt 1. And then I'm going to have on click here. For now, I'm just going to uh, set it like this. We're going to create the function for that. So let's just pass in the icon here, the icon, and then expand for the text. For the label, we say x.label like this. Then let's create the method. So I'll come over here and let's create the method. So this is going to be handle suggestion click. We're going to pass the value, then set it to the prompt text. So just copy this and let's scroll back here to the suggestion. Sorry, yeah. And then we can just say pass this. And let's say x dot value like this. Then here we're going to have come down here. We're going to set the browse a background effect. So I'm going to say div. I'll have a class name of absolute. So let's make sure we added relative here. Okay, we added relative here. So we're going to also have minus translate x 1 over 2. And then we're going to also have left 1 over 2. Or width, we're going to give this 5,000 pixel. Then we're going to have height 3,000 pixel. We're going to also have top 80%. And then we're going to have minus z10 like this. So inside here, I'm going to paste this. So we're going to have div translate absolute uh, bottom calculate 100% and 300 pixel left. And then we're going to have height width, then opacity. Likewise, for the second one, we're going to have absolute margin top 2.5 with box shadow. We're going to copy this from the GitHub. So once we are done with this, we are going to we're going to have a different div here. We're going to list the recent project. For now, I'm just going to create a div. Until when we've integrated or created the endpoints for that, we're going to come back and implement that in. So let's create a div here. Uh, and then we're going to say class name width full, and let's give this padding white then. And then we can have a div. We're going to have class name max auto max always 3xl, and there we're just going to have a div here with h1. I'm just going to call this a recent project, and let's give this h1 a class name, and we're going to say font medium, then text excel, then tracking tight, like this. So let's check this out. Let's check this out in the browser. So let's wait for this to load. And then we can see the effects. You can see that it's looking good. So just remain the heading. We're going to go and work on the heading. I think this is cooling like this. So let's go and then complete the heading parts. So I'll just uncomment this here, and let's create a component for this. So okay, we have this file here. So let's say RAFCE header, and let me import this. So inside the header components, so let's make this use clients. So changes to use clients. Then inside the header, I'm going to import theme. So let's import theme from next theme. Then we have dark. If dark is theme is equals to dark, then we set this is going to be set to true or false. So let's have a class name here, and then we're going to say this to be sticky. Top 0, right 0, and then let's give this set 30 like this. So just give this left 0 too. So let's have a header where we give this a class name of height 16, border B, border bottom. Then we're going to give this PG background. Then I think that's all. So let's have a div inside the header element. We have a class name here. So widthful, I'm going to give this a maximum width of 6xl, and then mx auto. Sorry, mx auto. Then we're going to say flex, item center, and justify between. So here we're going to have the logo component. So we're going to create that. So let's close this. Let's quickly create the logo component. So I'll go into my component folder, and here I'm just going to create a file. I'll call it logo.txx, and let's say RAFCE, changes to logo. Then we're going to just have the link. So let's import link from Nest link. Let me import that here. Import link from Nest link. And here we're going to say our ref by this, and let's change this to link. So let's give this a class name of a flex one flex, and then item center, and let's give it cap2, and then text to XL. And inside here, I'm just going to say span in block inline block extra bold text primary X. Then the same thing for design dot AI. So save this and let's copy this. Let's head over to the header components and let's import this. So let's have a div here and let's just give it flex one. So it's going to be home. I'll change this to link, then changes to link. So let's just import link from next link, then set to like this. Sorry, not to ref, like this. So below this div, we're going to have a div, class name, flex one, item center, item center, justify and gap free. So yeah, we're going to have a button. So import button from UI button. And there we're going to set the variance to outline and then size to icon. Then we can say on click. Then this is going to be set theme. Then if it's dark, sorry, if it's dark, it sets to lights, else dark like this. So let's give the button a class name, say relative, rounded, full, uh, height 8, or width 8, like this. Then we can, inside the button, we are going to have the icon. So we import sun icon from Lucy React. And let's give this a class name, absolute, height 5, width 5. And then we are going to say transition. So let's copy this. Let's use CN. So import CN. And there we're going to say comma. We are going to say if it's dark, then we are going to say scale 100, else scale 0. Let's duplicate the icon and let's import moon icon from Lucy React. And there we have the same thing. But here we're going to say if it's dark, we are going to set this to 0 and here to 100. So below this button, we have another button which will call sign in. So save this and let's also add padding Y for here. So save this and let's test it out. Also make sure you add hidden item center, justify center, and also mid flex here. Recap it. So this is going to just center the item. So so save this and let's head over to the browser, and then we should be able to see the design. So it's looking good. So let's go ahead and work on the sign in authentication for the application. So we're going to use Kinde for authentication. So just head over to kinde.com and we can sign up. So I already signed up to my account. Then let's head over to, so I already signed up, I already log in. So once you log in, you'll be brought to this page. You can create a new app. So I'll just come over here. I'll click on add application, and then this is going to load. So I'm just going to select the backend service. I'll just give this a name. So I'll just say X design. Then I'm going to click on save. And then this is going to ask me a quick start. So I should select my technology. So I'm going to select Next.js. Then I think once I click on this, okay, yeah, I click on Next.js and save. Then I can see starter kit or existing code base. So I'll click on existing code base, and then it should give me all of the uh envs I can pass. So first of all, we need to install a Kinde package. So just copy this, and let's head over to the documentation. I'll open my terminal. I'll cancel all of this. I'll paste this, and then click on this to install. Let's wait for this to install. So while this is installing, let's head over to Kindle again, and let's copy the env. So just copy all of this, and then once you copy this, we need to also create the endpoint. So I'll just copy that. Let's head over to the code, and let's open this. So I'll close this. Create env file here, .env, and let's paste this inside here. So I'm just going to change this to localhost 3000. Let's also go back to the documentation again, and let's copy this. So we're going to create API auth Kindle auth route.tx. So copy this and also copy this, and let's head over to the code, and let's go into the routes API app folder. Let's create API route. I'm going to change this to TX here. I think we made a mistake here, so I'll just change this to routes.tx. Okay, let me remove this. I'll just say routes.tx. Sorry, .tx. And then I'm going to paste it here, just like this. So that's it for adding kind into our project. So make sure the server is running. So make sure it has installed the package. So this has completely installed. So now we can use kind in our project. So before we do that, let's head over to the browser. Let's look at how to protect the route. So to add sign up and sign in button, we can just use the login link. So we can use that in the header component. So let's just quickly copy this before we go ahead and look at how to protect the route. So I will come into app routes common header and scroll down to where we have this button. Then I'm going to copy this and just pass it inside here. And let me import log the link from kind components. So just save that. So let's head over to the browser again. And now let's go to view Next.js documentation. And there we can scroll down to, this is the app router. We can scroll down to protected routes. We can see that here. If I scroll up, you can see setup middleware in Next.js. So we can see how to create a middleware TX file and then add this to the root. I want to show, okay, yeah, we can see how to add public parts here. So I'll just copy this one. Okay, we also have the one that has its returning page. So let's just copy this one, and let's head over to the code. So instead of creating a middleware, we're going to create proxy.txt here. So in Next.js 16, middleware has changed to proxy.txt. No more, you are not going to longer use a middleware.txt. So it's going to rename as proxy.txt. So we're going to paste this inside here. And so I'm just going to say public paths slash. Then we can say is return to current page true, just like this. So now we've added the middleware. Now our page is protected. So uh, the public part we have here is the page.txt. Or if we create this single page like sorry, I think the project page, we're going to create this inside project ID, then move this page inside the ID like this. So now this is protected, only this is public, just like that. So we've added this. So let's head over to the header, and then once we log in, we need to display the avatar of the user and the name of the user. So let me make sure all of this is saved. And so let's quickly try and then log in now. So I'm just going to head over to the browser. So my server is running, and you can see it has load. So let's quickly sign in, click on the sign in button to sign in. So I'm going to click on the sign in now. And this is going to take me to a Kinde website app. You can see my business name. If you've not created a business name, this is going to ask you to create a business name. So I already have that. You can see the name of the business, and also make sure you come over here, and I think you should have a set callback URL. If you come over to your details, you can see I have the callback URL here. So once you do that, just save that here. So let's head over to the sign in. You can see. So I'm going to click on create an account, and I'm just going to give this a name. So let's just pick uh let's just pick this one. Okay, I think I want to also support Google. So I'm going to go back to the their app. So I'm going to click on authentication, and I'm going to also click on Google. Then I'm going to click on save. If I reload this, you should be able to see Google, continue with Google. So I'll click on create an account, then continue with Google. So now I've selected a Google account, and it has redirected me to the local 3000. So the reason we are seeing sign in here is because we're not checking if the user is signed in. So if you head over to Next.js in kind documentation, you can go over to kind auth data for clients. And then if you scroll down here, we can see how to get the check if user is authenticated and how to get the user. So we can copy this, and let's head over to the code base. Let's go into header, and there we can let's just import this here as a user, and let's import use kind browser clients. So let me import this. This is not coming up, so I'll say import. Let me check this in the document. So now I've reported it. You can see kind auth Next.js, and now we have the user objects here. If you hover it, you can see ID, email, given name, family name, and picture. So we're going to scroll down to where we have this login button. So let me close this. I'll say if user, then we can say else, and move the login button inside here. While here we're going to get a drop down component. So I'll say drop down, sorry, drop Down, we didn't install the drop down component from Shanty UI. So let me quickly install that. So I'm going to cancel the server, npx shanty cdn add a down drop down menu. So npx shanty UI add drop down menu. So click enter. So this is going to add the drop down menu for us. So let's see. So it's loading. So I'm going to wait for this to load. So now this has installed. So let's make sure the server is running. Close this and let's import drop down menu. So let me import this from UI components. Then inside here we're going to have the drop down menu trigger from UI components. Let's give this class name. Sorry, let's close this first. And there inside the drop down trigger, we're going to have avatar components. So I'm going to just paste that here. And let me import the avatar from components UI. And then let's also import avatar image from let's update this and also the fallback avatar fallback. So we have the avatar component class name h 8 with 8 shrink and rounded full. Then we have the avatar image. If there's no image, so it fallbacks to we got the user given name and then also the family name. Now below here we're going to get a drop down menu contents. So I'll give this a class name. I'll say width 56 and then we're going to say align and like this. So yeah, we can say a drop down menu label. I'll just say my account. Then we can also have the drop down menu, a separator. And lastly, we have the drop down menu, menu item. And then we're going to import logout link uh from kind is it yeah from kind auth Next.js components. So we're going to import that. And let's give this a class name with full flex item center. So here we're going to have the logout icon. Let's give this a class name, a size for, and then we can say logout here like this. So now once the user logs in, we are going to see the user image or the name. So I think that is it. We are going to also do a check here. This recent project. So once the user is logged in or log out, we are not going to show, we're going to hide the recent project. But once you set login, you're going to see the recent project. So we're going to come back to this once we integrate the endpoints. So let's test this out. So make sure the server is running. And let's head over to the browser. So I'll load localhost 3000. Let me wait for this. So now we can see that I'm logged in here and you can see my account and the logout. Oh, this is not looking good. So if I try to log out now, this is going to redirect me to kind, and you can see that the session is signed in here. So if I click on sign in, this should take me to kind. to sign in page. Then I can log in again. So now this is it. So I've logged in into the account and we can see this. So I'll fix this. Make sure you import the drop down menu from UI components. So let's head over to, so make sure you import this component from your components UI drop down menu. So I fixed the issue. So I think we are done with authentication. So let's head over to set up our database, MongoDB and Prisma. So let's set up MongoDB database. So you can search for MongoDB Atlas and just click on the cloud last register. So I already click on this. So I'm going to quickly sign in into the account. So let's create a project. So I'm going to click on new project. I'll give this a name. So I'll call this X design. And then let's click on next. And let's create projects. So let's create the cluster. So let's wait for the project to load. So click on create cluster. And then I'm going to choose the, let's wait for this to load. So select the free option here and leave everything the same way it is. Then click on create deployment. So let me quickly do this. And then we are going to, okay, let's wait for the cluster to create. So I will just quickly copy the password and the username. So click on create database user, then choose connection string. Then let's select MongoDB for VS Code and let's copy it like this. Now click on done. So let's head over to database and network access. So I'm going to click on let's click on net IP address or network access. Yeah, let's click on add IP address, then click on allow access from anywhere, then click on confirm. Then this should uh it should add that. So let's head over to the code base and let's add this. So going to the env and we have database URL. So just paste this here. I'm going to give this x design underscore db like this. So now let's install Prisma into our project. So I'll cancel the server and then let's say np install Prisma um dev dependency. So I'm going to be installing the version that works with MongoDB, which is 6.6.19.0. So make sure you just click on install, and this is going to install Prisma into our project. So let's wait for this to install. So Prisma has fully installed. Now let's install Prisma client. We're going to use the same version, and also we need to install .env. I'm going to click on enter. So this is going to install Prisma client and also .env. And let's wait for this to install both of them. So it has installed completely. Let me clear the terminal and let's write npx prisma init. So this is going to initialize Prisma and it's going to create the schema folder. So let's wait for this. So we've initialized Prisma and you can see we have the Prisma folder and the schema and also the config. So in the config, we're going to import, okay, we already have the .env config here. So let's go into the schema folder and let's change this to use MongoDB instead of PostgreSQL, just like this. And then let's define the schema. I mean the models. It's a model. We're going to have the project model, and then the project model is going to have the ID. The ID, I'm going to paste that here. And then we can see that we're using ID string ID, and we're mapping underscore ID because underscore ID is what is given from MongoDB. Then we have the db.object ID. So we're going to also pass in the user ID from kind. We're going to set that to string. Then we have the name of the project, which is going to be of type string. Then we also have the theme, which is optional and string. So I'm going to say string and then optional. Then we have frames, which is of frame list of frame. So we're going to create the model for frame as a frame, and then we're going to also use the same ID format. Then here we're going to have the title of the frame, which is of type string. Then we have the HTML content, which is of type string. And then we have the project ID, which is going to be of type string. And we're going to write project of type of project. And we are writing a relation field. We're going to set the field to project ID, sorry, to project ID. And we're going to reference the ID. Then we have the created at of date time we set default to now. Then we have the updated at, which is going to be date time at at updated at. Then we can copy this and also paste it here too. Oh, we also forgot the thumbnail, which is of type string and also optional. So we are done with the models. So let's generate the, let's click open the terminal and let me clear this. Let's say npx Prisma generate, and this is going to generate the folder. We can see the generated Prisma in the lib. So it's going to create the folder right inside the lib folder. So let's wait for this to generate. Then we can push the schema to the DB. So let's wait for this. So it has generated the Prisma. We can see the Prisma folder and also the models here. So let's push this to say npx db push. So that's complete. So we've successfully created the project collection and frame collection. Now we are going to create a file here. We're going to call that prisma.txt here. And there I think I made a mistake here. And if we go back to the documentation for Next.js, Prisma Next.js, we can see to use Prisma in our project, we are going to have to create a Prisma TS, and then we're going to paste this inside there. So just copy this, but we are going to skip the Prisma adapter for Postgres. So just copy that and head over to the code, and we're going to paste that inside the Prisma.ts. I'll close this and I'll paste it. So I've made changes to my, so I've removed the PG adapter, and just like this, now we can use Prisma directly from this leave Prisma.ts inside the inside the route.ts. So that's it for the setup. So let's go ahead and work on the creating projects. So let's create the route for creating a project. So inside the API folder, we are going to create a folder called projects. Then inside the project, we're going to create route.tx. And then inside here, we're going to create the endpoint we are going to use to create the project. So inside the route folder and the landing page, when the user type in a prompt inside the prompt input and submit, we are going to send that to the, the project route endpoint. So this is going to create the project for the user. So let's go into the route and let's implement that. So we're going to say export constant, sorry, export async function. And this is going to be a post request like this. Then we are going to use try catch here. So let me remove this. Then below inside here, we are going to, sorry. So let me remove all of this. So we are going to first of all get the prompt from the user. Guys, the user prompt say await request dot JSON. And then we need to check if the user is authenticated. So we're going to use that from, let me get prompt from the request body. Then we're going to say constant section is equals to await get kind or kind server action or server session. And then we're going to get the user. So user is equals to await session dot get user. Just like this. So we're going to check if not user, then we can throw an error. I'll say throw new error. I'll say unauthorized. Unauthorized. Then we can say if there's no prompt, then we can also throw new error or missing prompt, sorry. Just like this. Now we can get the user ID. It's a user ID is equals to user dot ID. Just like this. Now we need to create the project. We say constant project is equals to await Prisma. So import Prisma from lib Prisma. Sorry, this should be Prisma, small letter. So let me quickly import that here. Prisma from lib Prisma. Just like this. And then we're going to say dot project dot create, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, and then we need to pass in the name of the project. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to generate the project name. So I'll say project name is equals to, we're going to create a method. We're going to call that generate project name, and we're going to pass in the prompt here. So let's comment this out, and we're going to go ahead and create this. So this is going to be an action. We're going to create an action folder here and do that. So let's just complete this flow, and then we're going to go ahead and create the method. So yeah, we're going to return the project. So let's return the project. Let's import next response here from next server. Then also we're going to, let's just consider log the error. Let's say error occurred, and then I'm going to pass in the error here. Then we can just return next response, sorry, next response dot JSON error failed to create project. And then there we're going to pass in the status code, which is status 500 like this. So let's go and set up the generate project name. So let's create an action here. So I'm going to collapse all of this. So inside the app folder, let's create the folder. We say action And inside here, I'm going to just say action.tx. And here we're going to set this to use server. So we're going to install a package. We're going to install the AI SDK from Visil, and this is going to help us to use different AI model like Google or OpenAI. So let's install that, and we are going to also install Open Router. So let's install. So I'm going to clear my terminal. It's a npm install AI, and then we're going to also install the AI SDK for Open Router. So let's just paste this here, and then let's install both of them. So let's wait for this to install. So this has installed completely. Now we need to go and create an API key for OpenRouter. So OpenRouter allows us to use various AI models like Google and stuff together with the AI SDK. So let's head over to the browser and let's go to OpenRouter. So just search for OpenRouter here, .ai, and then you can create your API key. So you can see the unified interface for LLM. So I'm going to, uh, let's wait for this. So I'm already logged in. So I'm just going to go to key. So just sign up. And once you sign up, you should be able to click this and go to the key. So you can click here to create an API key. So I'll just give this a name as design. And I'll just leave everything like this and click on create. And I'm going to copy this API key. And then I'll go over to my browse to my code editor, and I'll go into the env. I'm going to paste it here. So I'll call this open router API key. I'll paste the API key here. So now we need to create inside the lib. I'll create open router config .tx, and then we're going. So let's import open router and use create open router from AI SDK provider. So say export constant open router is equals to create open router, and let's pass in the API key like this. It's a process dot env dot open router key, just like this. So now we have the open router set up. So if we go over to the code to the browser, we are going to look for a model we are going to use. So I'll cancel all of this and click here to go to models, and you can find different modules from open router. So for AI SDK, you can search for AI SDK by Visil, and you can see we had to install AI from AI SDK, and also we also have AI gateway from Visil too. It's similar to open router. We are going to also use this too. So you can get your API key to here, but this requires you to pay to use it. So I'm going to just stick with we're going to use open router for now. So I'm going to use Google Gemini. So we have Gemini 2.5 Flash. We have the 2.5 Lite. Yeah. So it depends on the if I use open router has rate limiting. So it depends if you use any API, any of this model, and you don't have any credits, it might limit the amount of generation you can generate. So let's just head back to the code. And now we've already set up the open router. So let's go into action.tx. So I'll just create the method here. So generate project name prompts, and let's use try catch here. And then inside here, we're going to say constant is equals to await, and then we can use generate text from AI. So let me import that here. Import generate text from AI like this. So now we can use this to generate the title. So we need to pass in the model here. And this we can get that from the open router, which we define the lib. Sorry, not from it. Let's import this from the lib open router. Then we can say dot charts, and there we can provide the model. So I'm going to say Google/Gemini at 2.5 flash, just like this. I think we should use lights for this. And then we need to also pass the system prompt, and we can also pass in the prompts just like this. And there we can get the text. Yeah. So let's pass in the system prompts here. So I've pasted the system prompt. Say you're an AI assistant that generates very short projects and keep under 5 word, just like this. And then we can say console the log error. And then let's also return the text. It's a text dot trim. Sorry. If there's no response, we just return untitled projects. And here we can also do the same thing. Return, return untitled projects, just like this. So we are done with this. So let's head over to the API project route, and now we can import this. So let's import generate name, and we can pass this here project name, just like this. So we've been able to complete the generate project name function. Now we also have the Prisma project as create. So we're going to return the response. So there's one thing left. Once the project is created, we need to generate the design for the user. So what we are going to do, we are going to move this to a background service. So we're going to be using Inngest for that. So once the user provide and type in a prompt and send it to the backend creates the project. Now instead of blocking the user and creating the project and generating the project with AI, we are going to move those things. We're going to move the generation to a background service, which Ingest also provides us. We're going to trigger that. So I'm going to say we're going to move. We're going to trigger. Sorry, we're going to trigger the ingest function, which is a background service that allows us to uh, run run background service here for our project. So let's just go ahead and connect this to the client side to see if the creating of the project is going to work. So I'm done with this. So let's just go to the route common the common folder learning page or section that section, and here we're going to have an unsubmit here. So to do this, we are going to have to install Tanstack React Query and Asios. So I'm going to just collapse all of this, and let's open a terminal and let's install npm install Asios and also Tanstack React Query. So we're going to install npm install Asios Tanstack React Query. So click on enter. So this is going to install. So let's wait for both of them to install. So it has completely installed. Let's go ahead and let's create let's create a context folder here. we are going to create the the React query provider. So let's just create a folder as a context, and inside here we're going to say query dash provider dot txt. So inside here, I'm just going to paste this. So we're going to import query client and query client provider from task query, and make sure to set it to use clients. And we have the function here, query provider, and like this, and we're going to just pass the query clients like this. So now let's use this inside the um, global.css. So I'm sorry, inside the layout of txs. So we're going to wrap this here. So move this inside, and then let's import this from context folder. And now we've done with this. So let's create a different folder. We're going to call that features. And then inside here, we're going to create a file. I'll call this use project.txt. So here we're going to say export constant use create project. And there we're going to return mutation. So say use mutation from Tanster React query, and then we need to create the mutation function. So here we're going to say async, and there we're going to pass in the prompt, which is of type string, and I'm going to return. We're going to say await. We're going to use Asius. So let's import Asius. Sorry, so let me import Asius here from Asius, just like this. And then we're going to say post and slash API slash project. Let's pass the prompt. Then we can say then response response.data, just like this. So we are going to have the on success here. We say on success. On success, we're going to say data like this. I think we made a mistake here. So we need to move this inside here. So inside here, we're going to have, sorry, like this. Then we're going to say router. So let's import router equals to use router from next navigation. And then we're going to say router dot push slash project ID. So say dot data.id, just like this. And now we can have the on error. We can console.log projects failed, and let's get the error. Let's console log that. And then let's say toast. So import toast from Sona dot error. Let's say failed. create projects, just like this. So let's make use of this inside the route, inside the landing page, landing section. And there we can import that here. We can say constants is equals to use create projects. So let's import use create project from the features folder, and then we can say mutate. We can have a pending like this, and let's create the handle submit. So now we can just paste it here. We say if not prompt text, just return this. We can use toast here, or let's leave it like this. Then we say mutate, and we'll pass in the prompt text here, and let's save this. Now we can check this out if this is going to. Okay, let's pass the handle submit. Yeah, and let's say it's pending like this. So this is okay. So let's make sure the server is running npm run dev. So let's make sure server is running. So now my server is running, and then let's test this out. So I'm just going to click on any of this suggestion. Then I'm going to click on design, and let's hope this works. So it's loading, and we can see once it creates the project, it's going to redirect us to the project by ID page, to a single project page. So let's wait for this. So now I think it's done, and it's redirecting me. And now we can see that it has created a project. We can see the project ID here, and this is the project by ID page. If we check MongoDB, we can see let's check this out in our database, and let's see if the AI generated the project name. So let's click on browser collection, and now let's click on project, and we can see that we have the ID of the user, the name of the project, and then the ID of the project. So this is working fine. But we can't find thumbnail here because we didn't pass any thumbnail. So this is working fine. Um, so let's head back and let's start implementing. So let's go back. So we're going to create the endpoint to fetch all the projects which we've created. So let's head over to the code base and work on that. So I'm going to close this, and let's go to the API route again. And at the top here, we're going to create a GET request. So I'll copy this and just paste it here. I'll change this to GET. So let's have a try. Let's write try and catch here. And then we're going to copy the same thing we have here. Copy this and paste it here. Now we can fetch the project. To say project is equals to await Prisma dot project dot find many. Sorry, where user ID is user dot ID. Then we're going to take minimum. We're going to take the limit. It's going to be 10. Then we're going to no, we are not including the frame. So we're going to order by created by descending order by this. So let's return this. Return next response dot JSON success true. We're going to pass in the data projects like this. So I'll just scroll down and copy this same thing here and return this as a failed to fetch projects like this. So let's go back to the use project.txt, sorry, here, and we're going to create the method we're going to use to fetch the project. So we're going to say export constant use get project is equals to, we're going to pass in the user ID of type string, and then we're going to return use a query from React query. We're going to pass in the query key, which is going to be project, and then we're going to say query function async. We're going to say await asios dot get. So we're going to return, we're going to get your response here. Dot get slash API slash project, and let's return response dot data like this. So now we have enabled. We are going to pass in if there's no user ID, so this is not going to fetch. So let's use this inside the landing page section. So yeah, I'm going to, so let's first of all, let's get the user. It says equals to use kind browser, Kinde browser clients, and let's get the user. You can say constant user ID is equals to user dot ID like this. So we're going to pass this inside this. So let's import get project and pass in the user ID. So now let's use this, sorry. So let's scroll down to where we have the recent project. Yeah, we are going to check if the user is not logged in. We are going to hide the recent project, or if the user is logged in, we're going to show the recent project. So at the top, so let's just do it inside here. I'll say if user ID, then we're going to move this div inside here like this. So below here, we're going to say if it's loading, then let's have a div with spinner component from components UI, and there we're going to just have, sorry, a div like this. So let's give this a class name and say flex item center uh justify justify center, and let's just keep adding top and bottom too. We can give this a class name, say size 10, just like this. Yeah, we can give this a class name. You're going to say grid and columns 1. Then you're going to have grid columns 2. And on medium screen, we're going to have grid column 3 like this. Give this a gap of 3 and padding top 3 like this. So we're going to map through the project. Let's say project dot map project. So we need to define the type. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over to, let's create a folder. I'll call it types. So let me change this by this, and let's create projects.cx here. So I'm going to paste it here. So we're having project ID name theme thumbnail frame created as similar to we have the frame type too. So let's copy this and head back to the landing section, and let's just pass it here. Let's import the project type. So make sure you import the project type, and then we can scroll down and let's return project component which we are going to create. We're going to call it project card, and we set the key to project.id. Then we pass in the project. So below here we are going to create that here. So say constants the project card is equals to, and let's return this. So we're going to set this to memo. So let's import this, and then we're going to um, let's get the project, and we're going to set the type here to project type. So I'm going to set project project type, and let's return a div here like this. So let's get router from use router navigation. So let's import this. So let's create a method as a constant route on route is equals to, let's return router.push slash project, and then we can pass in the project ID dot ID right there. So to stop this error, I'm just going to say project card display project card, and then we can also have, let me move this down here. We can also say constant created at dates is equals to new dates. We're going to pass in the project dot created at, and then we can get the time ago, which is going to be equals to format distance. So now we're going to import that from this function. So we've not installed this function. Let me check if we've installed date function. So let's quickly install that npm install date fns. So let's wait for this to install. So the date fns has installed. So let's complete this. So I'm going to pass in the created dates. So created at date, and then we add at suffix true. Then we're going to use this. So now we also need to get the thumbnail. So it's a constant thumbnail is equals to project dot thumbnail. Now we set that to null if there's no thumbnail. So yeah, let's add a row button, class name, widthful, flex color, border, rounded excel, a cursor pointer. Then we're having hover a shadow, or let's set it to MD, and overflow hidden. So here we're going to add on click on route like this. So yeah, let's create a div, class name, height 40, bg, sorry, bg, we're going to give this a background color, then relative overflow hidden, flex item center, and then justify center. Save this, and there we can have uh, image, SRC, thumbnail. Then we have class name, widthful, heightful, objects, cover. It's a object left, and then we can give this a scale 110 like this. So we check if the thumbnail exists. If there's a thumbnail, we are going to return the image. Else, we can create a div, and in this div, we're going to have a class name of width 16, height 16, rounded full, bg primary, opacity of 0.2, and then we say flex item center, justify center, and then text primary. And then we are going to import folder open icon, just like this. So below here, we're going to have a div, class name, padding 4, flex, flex column, and then we have the title as the name of the project. Then we have the class name, flex and font semi-bold text small, truncate widthful, and line clamp 1. Then we can pass in the project dot name like this. So we have the paragraph, and then we can give this a class name of text extra small, text muted foreground, and there we can pass in time equal like this. So we are done with this, and we can also add. So below here we can say if error, let's just show text red 500 failed to load project. So let's make sure our server is running. So npm run dev, and let's wait for the server to. So notice I can't see any recent projects. So what I'm going to do, let's inspect this, and let me reload. Let me reload this. So let's check this. Let's see. Okay, I think I made a mistake. So let me head back to the code, and then so I found the issue. The issue is because of if I scroll down to the landing page section, if I scroll down, we can see that we didn't return the project card. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to just remove this and change this to like this now. So this is going to work. So let's head over to the browser and let's reload this. Now we can see the card here. So once you click on it, this is going to take you to the single project page. So let's work on the single project endpoint. So I'll go into the app API. Then inside the project, we can create a folder called this ID. And then we can create the route.txt. Inside the folder, we can create a route.txt. And then we can say export constant, sorry, export async function. Then we can return this. So I'm just going to say like this. So let's import next request. Then we're going to get the params, which is this ID. We're going to ID string. Then we can use try catch here. Error, and then let's return this. So I'm just going to also go into this and copy this same uh, kind and Kindo's server session. I'm going to copy that there, paste it here. Sorry, inside the try catch here. And let's import this. So now we're checking if the user is authorized to access this API. Now we can fetch this. We say constant project is equals to await our Prisma. Let's import Prisma from, let me import it from the top here, like this. And then we say dot project dot find. So we can say find first where user ID, user.id, and then, sorry, and then we can get the project. So let's get this here. So constant is equals to await param, and let's get the project ID. Let's say ID like this. And then we're going to also include frames. Sorry, frame like this, like this. So we're going to check if there's no projects. We can return next request, sorry, next response or JSON, and then we say error, object not found. And let's just say status 404 like this. Then we can return next response, so next response dot JSON, and then let's return the project here. So let's console the log error, and we're going to do the same thing. Say fail to fetch project. So let me remove this. I'll change this to 500. Like this. So we've completed the app. So let's go ahead and create a file inside the features. Let's say use projects id.txt. And then we're going to get the we're going to use the use query from the transfer React query. Now let me import Axios here from Axios, just like this. So we pass in the query key project ID, and then we pass in the project ID to CPI. Then we get a response. So we can use this inside the project. So let's go up to inside this project, inside the route folder, and then inside the project folder, and then we should create the ID, and inside here we have page.txt. So here we're going to use the endpoint. So let's convert this to use clients, and then we can use constant use param, to get the ID of the project. Then we say constant ID is equals to params.id param.id. Let's change this to params dot id as string, and then we can use the endpoints. Now we can say constant is equals to, sorry, use gets by id. So let's import this, and then we're going to pass in the project id, which is id, and then we can say data projects, and let's say it's pending by this. So now we can get the frames. So constant frames is equals to projects dot frames. We set that to empty. Then we can get the theme is equals to projects dot theme empty string. So now we need to uh check if there's no project. Say if it's not pending and we don't have any, the project is not found, we can just return a div. I will say projects not found. I'll just like this. So let's return this. Now we can have a class name, relative height screen, width full. And then we have the flex and flex column. So here we're going to have the header component for um, the, the single project page. So we're going to create that here, but we're going to pass in, let's pass in the project name, which is going to be equals to project dot name like this. So let's quickly create that. So I'm going to create inside here. Let's create the common folder, and let's call this header. Let's create a file header.cxx RASCE, change this to header, and let's just import this. And then we're going to pass in the, let's pass in the props, project name, string like this, and the error should stop. So here we are going to destructure the props and get the project's name. So let's also import router and also the use theme. So I'm going to import use theme and also import a router for next navigation like this. So let me move this to the top, and then let's have class name as sticky, similar to what we did in the previous header, top 0. And then let's have the header here. We say header, give this a class name, border B, border bottom, and border opacity of 0.4, and then we give this PG card 50, and then background blur small like this. Then we can have a div, give this a class name, flex item center, justify between, give this a padding x4, and then py2 like this. So here we're going to have a div And let's import logo components, the logo, and then let's have the class name flex item center tab 4. And there we have button. We set it to icon size, icon small, variance, ghosts, class name 100 full, and give this pg muted. So we have on click, and we are going to say router.pull back to the home screen. And let's add icon, the arrow left icon. Let's give a class name size 4. Let's import the arrow left icon. So now after the button we have a span tag. We can give this a class name, or let's give this a div. Let's change it to div. Let's give this inline block. So let's give this maximum width 200, and let's say truncates, and let's give font medium, like this, and then like this. Let's also, so let's pass in the project name here. We said we'll name this untitled projects if there's no project name. So let's just close this. So let's change this. I'll change this to paragraph like this. So yeah, we can have a div, say class name, a flex item center, gap tree, and let's go to the header and let's copy this and paste it here. So let's import some icon from Lucy React and also the moon icon. Let's also import the CN, and that is it. So let's check this out. So make sure the server is running. Let's go over to the browser and let's reload this. Now we should be able to see the icon and uh the name of the project. So we can see, and you can click here to go back. So let's head back to the code, and then below here we are going to, so let's create a div here, and this div is going to hold the canvas components. So let me comment this out for now. So let's give this a class name of flex width full, and let's say overflow hidden. Then we can give this a div, class name relative, and let's move this canvas inside here. So let's create this canvas. So I'm just going to go into my component folder, and let's create a folder. Let's call this canvas. Let's index. Let's create index.css. Say RASCE, canvas, and then let's go back into the page.css and let's uncomment this and let's import the canvas component by this. So now we're going to also create the a canvas provider that handles the frame. We're going to pass in the frame and the theme, so it's accessible everywhere inside the canvas components. So we're going to wrap this. So we're going to wrap this with canvas provider. So paste it inside. And then inside the canvas, we're going to pass in the initial frames, which is going to be frames. Then we have the initial theme. We're going to pass in the theme. Then we say if it has any initials, we're going to check. Uh, we can say constants has initial data is equals to frames dot length is greater than 0. So let's just copy this and let's pass it here. As initial data, let's pass it here. And we're going to also pass in the project ID, project.id. So let's create the canvas component inside the, let me collapse all of this. So go into the context and let's say canvas provider .cxx or canvas context .cxx, anyone. So let's define the interface. So say canvas context type. And the first thing we're going to define is the theme. So we're going to define the list of themes. So I'm going to create a file inside the link folder. I'm going to call this themes.tx. So I'm going to paste it. You can copy that from the GitHub. You can copy it from the GitHub repository. So I'm going to paste all of this. And you can see that we have a lot of themes here. So I'll scroll to the top and we can see the type here, theme type. So we have the font we are going to use, and we have the base variable, which we pass in the font variable. And we have different theme with different formats. With the same format, we have a background foreground like this. We have a Netflix theme, acid theme, and so on. And then we have the theme list. Yeah, if I scroll to the bottom of the screen of the page, you can see we have the theme list, and then we also have the PS theme column. Yeah. So just copy this and paste it here, and let's go back to the canvas context, and then we can import a theme type here from themes. Now we can do set theme, which is going to be, we're going to get the ID of the theme, and then we just return void. So we also have the themes, which is going to be of type theme list by this. Then we have the frame, which is of type frames, frame type, then set frame, say frames, frame type. We're going to import frame type from type project. You can see that here. So inside the frame, I'm going to also add this loading here. We are going to use this to notify when the generation occurring. We're going to create a dummy frame in the canvas. So I'm going to set this to Boolean for now like this. So inside the canvas there, let's also return this void set frame. We can just set it to a list of array like this and say update frame, say void like this. It's a ID string data partial frame type like this. Then we have add frame. Let's just return void here and let's pass in frame, frame, and type. Then we also have a selected frame ID. We set that to string or no. Then we have selected frame, frame type or no. Then we have set selected frame ID, passing the ID of the frame string or no, and let's return void. So these are all the context type we have. So we also have the last one, and this is going to be the loading status. So why this is going to be a type of loading, sorry, loading status type. So this is going to we're going to have different loading status we're going to use. We're going to display when the generation occurs. So we are going to define the type here of a loading status type. So just copy that here, paste it here, and we're going to have the first one. So it's going to be equals to. We're going to have ideal, then we're going to have running. Then the last one is going to be analyzing, generating, and completed. So we're going to use ingest real time to display all of this loading at different stages when the generation occur. So we're going to look at ingest after this section. So let's just complete the canvas context type. So here we can now create the context here. Say canvas context is equals to create context. Now we can set in the type here, create, sorry, canvas context type. Let's pass it here. Let's import create context from React. And then we can set it to undefined. And then we can just set undefined here. So below here, let's create the context provider, a canvas provider. We say context constant a canvas provider. And then let's return an object, we pass in the children. So let's define the type first. Children, React node. So import React node from React. Then we have the initial frame, which we are passing. It's a frame type. We also pass in the initial stream, initial theme, so string. So this should be initial theme ID because we're going to be passing the ID instead of the thing. So I'll just go back to app and let's change it to ID. So inside page, we can say initial theme ID like this. And also this, we can just say ID of the theme. And let's change this to ID like this. So here we're going to also have the as initial data, which is going to be of type Boolean. Then also the project ID string or no. So now we can get all of them here. Initial frame, initial team ID has initial data and projects ID. So yeah, let's say constant team ID set team ID is equals to use state of type string, and then we're going to pass in the initial team ID, or we can import the team list, and then let's get index 0 dot ID or empty string. I think this we should just remove this, like this is okay. Then we have the states for frames. There's a set frames is equals to use states. It's going to be of type frame, type an empty array. Then we have let's duplicate this. Let's change this to loading status. And then we're going to also have sets loading status. And this is going to be of type string. I'm sorry, it's going to be of type loading by status type. And I'm going to set the default to 1 like this. So we can copy this now and also paste it here. So yeah, I'm going to change this to selected frame ID. And this should be set selected frame ID like this. So yeah, we're going to change this to string or no. Let's change this. Let's replace this to no. Let me move this to the top like this. So now to get the team, we're going to say constant team is equals to team list dot find team. Sorry, where team dot ID is equals to team ID. While constant dot selected frame is equals to selected frame ID. If the selected frame ID and frame dot length is not equals to 0, then we can say our frames dot find frame is a frame dot ID is equals to selected frame ID, else no, not like this. So below here we're going to use a use effect. So let's import use effect. Then we say as initial data, then we're going to set load into idle. So if we have initial data, set it to idle. Then we can also do for copy this and also paste it here for initial team ID. set team ID. So let's just return. We're going to return canvas context.provider. Like this will stop the error value. Let's pass in the team. We're going to pass in the children here like this. So let's also have the add. So children does not exist. Okay, I made a mistake here. Like this, and let's just change this to REN. So let's also have the constant add frame is equals to use callback. So let's import use callback from React, and there we're going to say frame. So let's pass in the frame of type frame type. And then we say set frame previous states, the structure of the previous states, and passing the frame like this. So we also have the update frame. So let me just copy this, paste it here. I'll change this to update frame. Then we're going to pass in the ID of the frame. This is of type string. And then we have the previous state. So I'll remove this. And then I'm going to say previous dot map frame. So we're going to check if frame dot ID is equals to ID. So let me copy this out. If frame dot ID is equals to ID is this, so we're going to say we're going to check. We're going to say the structure frame, and we're going to pass in the structure of the data. Let's pass in data here of type partial. So let's copy this from here. Partial frame type, and let's pass it here. So now we're going to do check. Say else, just pass in the frame like this. So I think we need to like this. So we are done with this. So let me just move this like this, and this too like this. So let's pass all of this inside here. So I'm going to pass them. So we need a selected frame. Selected frame. So I made a mistake here. So let's go down to here. Let's also add else no like this, and the error should stop. So this is throwing some error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to use this here. I'm going to say if has initial data, set this to ideal else running. And let's remove this. and a set loading. So we also have the initial frame. So I made some mistake here. So I'll just say initial frame, sorry, initial frames. Make sure it's the same thing with what we have here, initial frames. So let's head back and let's pass it here, initial frame and set loading. Think we're not, okay, we're going to use that, but not now. So I think we are done with it, with everything here. So let's go and import the canvas provider like this. So we also forgot to add the use canvas. So come down below here and let's add use canvas here. Let's import context from React. And then we are below here. We are going to use effects to update the loading status with ingest real time event like this. So we're going to use that here, and we're going to also use the project ID. For now, we're not using it. So let's go back to the page and let's work on the canvas components. So let's pass the props here we're going to use inside the components. We're going to pass in the project ID, project name, and if it's loading. So let's go into the canvas components and let's get the props here. It's a project ID of type string, then it's pending boolean, then project name string for now. So let's get the project ID is pending and also the project name. Yeah. So we can get constant. Let's get the from use canvas. So we can get the team ID or the team frame and also the selected frame. Then we have the set selected frame ID. Then we have the loading status here. So here we're going to say constant current current status is going to be equals to, if it's pending, we'll say fetching or loading, let's say fetching. Then else we are going to check if loading status equals to idle and it's not completed. Then we are going to say if it's not idle and not completed, we're going to return the loading status. Else we are just going to say no by this. So now here we're going to create the div. So let's say div here. Let's give it a class name, relative, widthful, heightful, overflow hidden. And there we're going to define the floating bar or floating toolbar. So this is going to hold the colors, the theme colors, and other components. But here we're going to define the loading status here. We say current. So I made a mistake. It should be current status. So we're going to just create a component. We call this canvas loader. And let's pass in the status, which is going to be current status like this. So let's create the component here. Canvas loader. Sorry. Let's return a div here. So let's get a status from this. Let's pass in the type. So I'm going to pass in a status type. I'm going to also pass fetching. So I'm going to import let's import loading status type from where is now coming up. Let's go into the canvas. Okay, I need to export this. And then inside, let's import it. So now we can get the status here. So inside here, we can say class name. So let's import cn from utils. Then we say absolute top 4 left 1/2, then minus translate x 1/2, minimum width 40. Then we have the maximum width for padding x4 or padding t 1.5, and then we give this padding bottom 2. Let's also give it rounded uh, bottom right excel and also rounded bottom left uh, excel too. Let's give shadow medium, and then we are going to add comma here. Sorry, here. So let's also position this to the center. So item center, flex item center, space x2, and then set 50 like this. Let's give this a 10. So here we're going to say if status is equals to fetching, then we can give this a color, e.g. gray 500, and then text white. Let's duplicate this. Then if this is running, we can change the color to AJ amber 500. Let's do the same thing for analyzing. Change this to blue 500. And the last one, generating. We change this to purple 500. Like this. So add a comma here. So now we can see spinner. So let's import spinner. Last name, width 4, height 4, and then we can increase the stroke to width 3. Then we can have a span, and let's give a class name, text small, and font semi-bold, say capitalize. So we check if status is equals to fetching. Then we say loading projects, else status. So we need to also fix some issues. So go into the project page id page.txt, and let's change this to flex one, and also add flex one here like this. So now let's scroll back up, and there we're going to give this a div. We're going to have a class name of let's import cn. And then we're going to set this to absolute, insert 0, width full, so width full, height full. I'm going to give this PG and this color. Then on dark mode, so change this to this. On dark mode, we're going to use PG hash 2424 and 23 like this. Then padding 3. So inside this, we're going to give this a style, background image, we're going to define a gradient here. I'll set this to circle. So close this, and we're going to give this a color. So I'm going to say background variable primary, and then I'm going to give this 1 pixel, comma, and transparent, and 1 pixel like this. So add comma here, and then we're going to give this a background size 20 pixel, 20 pixel like this. So let's go ahead and create the floating toolbar. So let's create it here. Let's say uh, canvas floating toolbar .txx RASCE canvas floating toolbar. Just on it. So let me copy this and let's paste it here. Let's import it. So inside here, we're going to list out the themes, and the user has the option to change theme. And also we have the prompt input. We're going to also add it here too. So let's change this to use clients. And then I'm going to get the use and canvas here. So we get a theme, current theme, and set theme. So define the class name, say fix, top sys, give it left 1/2, and then the same thing translates we're going to give x 1/2 and z 50. So let's remove this and let's define a div here, class name of width full, maximum width to Excel, PG background like this. And then we have dark mode. We can give this PG gray 9 or 50, rounded full, shadow, XL, and border. So let's define a div here. I'll say class name, flex row, item center, gap 2, and px3. So here we're going to show the popover for the AI generation. So I'm going to import popover. So we've not added that. So let's add this. I'll cancel my server npx shanty cdn add popover, and let's wait for this to add. So this has added the popover. So let's import that from shanty UI. So popover from UI popover, then popover trigger. So import that from UI popover, and then we can define a button here. So this is going to be an icon. So size icon small. Then we're going to give this a class name. So I'm going to paste in the class name. So this is going to be a gradient of BG linear to right, and from purple 500 to indigo 600, text white rounded to Excel, shadow L large, and shadow poppy 0.5%, 0.5 opacity, and then cursor pointer. And here we are going to uh, pass in the icon. So I'm going to say one icon two, give this a class name, width or size 4, like this. So let's also import popover content. Let's give this a class name and width 80, vx2, and also let's say p2, like this. Then we have rounded Excel, then shadow large, add border, like this, and let's give this empty one. So inside the popover, we're going to import the prompt input components we had before, and there we can pass in a prompt text. For now, keep it empty string. Is set prompt text. So let's define a state here. So I'm just going to say constant prompt text and set prompt text. Yeah, it's equals to use state empty string and type string. So let's pass in the prompt here, prompt text, and then set prompt text here, like this. So we're going to give this a class name, minimum height 150 pixel, and then we're going to just set the ring to 1, and then we're going to change the ring color to purple 500, rounded Excel, then shadow, we're going to say shadow no border muted, like this. So we're going to say has sorry, hide submit button to true. Remember we passed this prop inside the prompt input to hide the button. So we can have a button for that here. We say button, and let's give this a class name MC2 with full, and then I'm going to copy what we have here from here, background, like this, and then let's paste it inside here. So we have background in here purple 500 indigo 600, text white, rounded to Excel, shadow, and also cursor pointer. So let's just set here to design like this. So everything is okay like this. So now let's collapse this. So yeah, we're going to define the inputs. This is also going to be a popover too. Yeah, I'll have popover trigger like this. So let's add as child here, collapse this, and inside here we're going to have a div, and this div we have a class name of flex, item center, cap 2, px3, and py2. So yeah, let's import icon, a color icon, palette icon. Here is a class name of size 4, and there we are going to have a div class name, and we say flex cap 1.5. So we're going to look through this. So I'm going to say themes. You're going to take only and slice only 0.4. Then we're going to map through this. It's a theme and ID. Sorry, index, and let's return this. So let's return can return a button, or let's just use div for this. And there we can say row button, and there we can get the color. We say colors is equals to, let's import and PS theme from um from the theme file, then we pass in the theme dot styles like this. So now we pass in the key index. Let's have on click. We can get the events. We say e dot stop propagation, and then set theme. We're going to pass in the theme ID dot ID like this. So now let's give this a class name. Width, let's use CN. So let's import it from CN from utils. So say width 6.5, height 6.5, rounded, full, cursor, pointer, and then we can have, say if current theme dot id is equals to theme dot id, then we are going to show a ring 1, and then ring offset 1. So let's add the style. Let's use the color below here. So I'm going to define a style. So let me change this to uh so let's say style background color, or background. I'm going to say linear dash gradients. I'm going to pass 135, and then we're going to pass the individual colors here. We say color dot primary, and then we're going to say color dot accent. So if you look into the PS team, you can see that we got the primary, and we also have the accent color here. And this is how we map through this. We look through this to get the colors. So if I go back to the canvas floating toolbar, and this is already fine. So inside the I think we're going to remove this. This should be a self-closing div. So like this. Now below this div, we can have a div, and there we're going to say we're going to have an icon, chevron, and down. Let's give this a class name of a size 4, and there we can say plus sim dot length -4 more. So have number of more team. So I'm going to just give this a class name of flex item center cap 1 text as small like this. I think that is all. That is all. So we're going to pass the let's pass the popover content. So let's give this a class name of px2 rounded excel. The same thing, we have shadow border sorry, shadow large, and then border. So we're going to create a team selector component. So I'll call it team selector components. So let's create that inside the canvas. So I'll say team selector dot cx6 refce team selector. So let's import that. So we need to, okay, we can copy this. Let me remove this. We can copy this and let's go into the components. And inside here, we're going to just paste this here. I'll change this to use clients. And let's import use canvas here. And then we should have a div, sorry, a class name, flex column, maximum heights, let's give it 96. And then we have a div, class name, flex1, padding button 2, padding x4, and let's set overflow, y auto. Let's give this history, class name, and font, semi-bold, text, small, and then margin button 2. So choose a theme like this. So here we have a div, class name, padding y2, space y3. So let's loop the theme, dot map, theme, and let's return theme item or theme. Let's call this theme item. Let's say key theme dot id. We're going to pass in the theme, and we're going to also get if it's selected. Oh, sorry, we say current theme dot id is equals to theme dot id. On select, we are going to return set theme and theme dot id like this. So below here, let's create a function. Let's call it theme item like this. So here, I'm just going to create object. It's a theme of type theme type is selected boolean. Then we have on select return void. Okay, so let's just return, and the error should stop. So let's change this to button, and let's get the props here. Let's say theme is selected and on select. So here I'm going to import the Pias theme color. So import that from theme. Then we can say on click, sorry, on click, on select, and let's give it a class name. Let's import cn from utils. Then say flex item center, justify between, widthful, padding 1, rounded, excel, border, cap, cap 4, and bg background like this. So let's add comma here. Sorry, is selected. Then we say border 2, else border like this. So let's add style, border color is selected, color else primary, else undefined. Or we can just say empty string like this. So we need to look through this. So I'll just create a div as name flex gap 2. So let's look through this. So I'll pick some of the colors I want to look through. The primary, secondary, these are the main colors, accents, and then the last one muted. Say dot map, we get a key, and let's return a div self close elements, pass the key. So I'll say class name, width for, height for, rounded full, and border. We have the style, background color. We get the key, pass the key, then can give it a border color. Let's just say like this color. And then uh outside this div, we have a separate div with class name, flex item center, gap 2, flex 0.9, and there we have span. Let's give this a class name of text more and theme dot name. So if it's selected, let's import check icon. Give this a class name of size. So let me remove them. Is just use size here, 16, and then color the primary like this. So we are done with it. So let's head over to the canvas floating toolbar, and then yeah. So yeah, after a pop over, we're going to import a separator. So let's import separator from UI separator. Now we have two buttons. So let's just give this a div first. It's a button, and this is going to be outline, variants, outline, right size, icon small, pass name, rounded full, and cursor pointer. And then we are going to import an icon. So this is going to be a camera icon. And let's give it a class name of size 4.5. So this button is going to be used to screenshot the canvas. Let's give it a class name flex item center gap 2 like this. So let's copy this and paste it here. Let's set this to small, and this should be default like this. Similar to the same thing, but here we're going to say save, and also let's pass in an icon, save icon. So let's import this from Lucy React, and that is it. So let's check this out. Make sure everything is working. So let's run the server npm run dev, and I'm going to wait for this to load. So now this is it now. We can see the icon, the AI icon. Then we can see the popover. We can click here to type. Then we also have the theme. It's a 14 selected. And if you click on more, you can be able to see all of the other themes. So then we have the screenshot icon, then also the save button. So we notice this is showing warning because we set it as default. So I think I'm going to go and remove the default warning from the loading status. But let's go ahead and work on the. I notice the canvas the show. So I'm going to fix that. So we're going to work on the canvas tools here, which we can use to zoom in and zoom out. So we're going to install a package to handle that. So let's head over to the code, and then let's go to canvas. So let me fix this. So also make sure to remove this so this should work. Remove the other close bracket there. So I've removed this. Now we need to install a package to handle the zoom effects and then also the movements. So I'm going to cancel my server npm install. We're going to install a React Zoom Pan Pitch. So let's install version 3.7.0. So let's wait for this to install. 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 So let So it has installed completely. So let's head over. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a state. So we're going to say constant is equals to use state. And there we are going to define the tool mode, or you can call it the tool mode. The tool mode is okay. Set to mode. Then we can define the constant for that for the tool mode. So I'm going to create a constant folder. So just a constant canvas. So let's just create this here. Canvas .tx. So inside here, we're going to create the num so we can use it across the canvas. So I'm going to define the enum. You can see we have select and we have the hand to mode, and this is the type. So now we can use this inside the canvas components. So let's import the type. Say to mode type, and the default is to mode enum dot select. So now we also need the uh, state for to handle to get the zoom percentage. So I'm going to say use state, and this is going to be of type number, and we're going to set default to 53. It says zoom percent set zoom percent. So like this, we have uh, current scale. Let's say set current scale, and this is going to be a default of 0.53. So now let's import. We're going to define this. Let me collapse this. So at the top here, we are going to import the transformer. We say transform wrapper. So let's import this. So I'll scroll up and let's import. Let's move this to the top and import it here. So let's scroll down to this. Now we are going to move this inside the transform wrapper. So what we're going to do first, we're going to pass in the initial scale, which is going to be 0.53. Then we need to also pass in the initial position for X, we say 40. Then initial position Y, we can give this 5. Then minimum scale 0.1. Then maximum scale 3. And then let's give this wheel, we say step as 0.1. So if we go into the transform wrapper, we can go into the sorry, let's go into the transform wrapper, and then if you scroll up inside the transform wrapper, we should be able to see the props to pass. We can see we have the initial position X, Y, and you can see they have different options here. You can see the props. So I'm going to add the pinch. This is going to be step 0.1. And now we are going to say if we double click disable to true, and then we can see center zoom out force, then center omit on init, center on init. I'll just say force, then smooth true, then limit bound false. So we don't want it to we want the user, or we can be able to move the item in the canvas, whether out of the canvas or inside the canvas. So it's not limited to a uh, boundary. Yeah. So we can also have untransformed. So we get the ref from this. Now we can use this to get the set the percent, the zoom percent. So I'll say max dot round ref dot state dot scale times 100. And then we can also set the current scale ref dot state dot scale by this. So now here we are going to get the so let's open this, and we're going to return. Let's return this. So let's move this inside this. Now we can get the zoom in and the zoom out method. So we are going to use this. So now let's just edit like this. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. This should be an object, and then we can get it like this. So now we've set this. So we need to also say if panning. So we want to disable this if to mode is not equals to mode enum dot hand. So we're going to use the hand to move the canvas. But once the to changes uh, to select, then the canvas will be disabled. The transform wrapper will be disabled. So we are going to also we can also say let's add comma here. So if to mode is equals to mode enum dot hand, then we can say cursor grab, then active cursor grabbing, then else we just say cursor defaults like this. So now we are going to go ahead and create the canvas and control, where we're going to pass in a zoom and a zoom out method. So, but first let's pass in the transform components, and then inside here we're going to let's just define a div and say block like this for now. Then we can give this a wrapper class. Sorry, not a wrapper class, a wrapper style. And let's say width 100%, then height 100%. So we're giving a full width, and then overflow, you're going to unset overflow. Then we also have the context style. So I'll copy the same thing, width and height of the content, and paste it here. So we can set a background color. Let's just set this to red for now, like this. So now let's quickly create the canvas control. So let's pass in the props. We're going to pass in, zoom out, zoom percentage, zoom mode, and set to mode. So let's create the canvas control here. So canvas controls plus cxs. So RASCE canvas controls. So let's define the uh, type here. It's a props type. So zoom in, type of return void. So let's duplicate that and let's change it to zoom out. Then we have zoom percent number like this. Then we have two type, which is of type two mode type. Then we have set to mode, and let's return this void. Then we say two mode is of type two mode type like this. So we can get everything here, and let's set the prop type here. So let's get zoom in, zoom out, zoom percent, zoom mode. Sorry, this should be zoom mode. And then set to mode like this. So here we are going to have a class name. We're going to have minus translate x 1 over 2, the absolute bottom of 4. I select 1 over 2, flex item center, gap 3, rounded full, border. So let's give this a PG black. Dark mode, we're going to change this to PG muted, padding on 1.5, then padding X4. Let's just change this to padding Y. Then shadow MD, and text whites. So let's create a div again. And there we have in class name flex item center gap 1. So let's get the button from the UI button component. And this is going to have a size icon small, variant post, like this. Then we're going to have a class name. Let's import cn from utils. And there we're going to define the classes here. So I'm going to paste that. So let's import two mode enum. So here I'm going to say rounded full, cursor points and pointer, ambiguous whites and text whites. Then we can set on click, set to two mode enum dot select. And then we can import icon, the mouse pointer icon. So you can scroll down. We also have a button too. Or we should copy the same thing, paste it here, change this to a hand icon. Let me import icon like this. So now below here, so we're going to define a separator. So let's import separator from UI separator. So I'm going to just copy everything I did here and I'm going to paste it here. So now we have the button. So let's change this to minus icon. And then we also have, we can change this to plus icon. So here we're going to say zoom in, and then we're passing the zoom out. And then in between them, we're going to have a div, a class name, or minimum width 10, text center, and text small. Then we can call the zoom percent and add a percent sign. So we are done with this. So let's go into index.css and let's import canvas controls. And then this is it. So let me just give this a class name, size 5, BG blue 500. So let's test this out. So I'll say npm run dev. So let's wait for this to run. So this is it now. It has loaded. We can't move anything. This is not clickable. So I think there's a mistake somewhere. The button is not clickable and nothing is moving. So let's first of all fix this. So I'll just go back to the code and then let's go into the canvas controls. I think I made a mistake here. So if hand this color. Okay, I think sorry, it should be if hand set is to hand, and then if this is hand, then I think we need to remove this. Remove this. So I'll just change this to like this. Like this. So hopefully this work. Uh, so let me move into the canvas component, and this should work. Okay, so let's test this out. Let me the browser, and now click on the hand, and we can see that it's moving. So I think I added a background color to the wrapper. So I'm going to move it to, sorry, scroll down here. Okay. So I'll move the background color to the content style. And let's head over to the browser. Now we can see the content. So if we move, we can see it's moving. And there's no limit boundary. You can see I can move this out of the canvas, and I can move it like this. So everything is working fine. So I noticed the canvas is not showing the dots. So if we load this again, and we can see the canvas dots is showing there. We can see the canvas now, and we can move in and out. We can select this. If we click on the select card, we can see nothing move. So we are going to go and work on the frame, so we can be able to move the frame once we click on the select icon. But let's test the zoom effect. So I can zoom out and then zoom in, and everything works fine. So let's go back to the code, and then let's work on the device frame. So let's create the file for the device frame. So I'm going to create a file here and say device a frame.txx, REFCE, say device and frame. So to use this, we're going to install a package. So I'll cancel my server and say npm install let's paste React RND and click on enter. So this should install React RND. So let's wait for this to install. So this has installed completely. So now let's define the interface or the type. So say type props type, and there the device frame is going to take the HTML contents, and this is going to be of type string. Then we're going to also pass in the title, which is of type string, and then we also pass in the width, and then we're going to also pass in width, minimum height, initial position. Then the we can pass in the frame ID if we have one. Then we can also pass in the style. So remember in the theme, if we go into the theme file, remember we have uh, the style option there, which define the colors. So this style, we're going to be passing this into the device frame. Then we can just pass this. Let's set the prop type here. And inside here, we can get the HTML, the title. We just set it to untitled, the default value, the width. We can set the default width for the device 420 for mobile device, minimum height 800. Then we have the initial position. We can set that to X, which is going to 0, and Y 0 like this. So this should be equals to. Then we can get the frame ID, scale, set it to 1 by default. So let us come here. Now we need to also pass in the tool mode. Then we also get the theme style by this. So we should also change this to use clients. So let's get the selected frame to use canvas. So we get the selected frame ID, and set selected frame ID like this. So now we can also define the frame size. We say frame size, a state. We're going to create a state, use state, and this will pass in the width and the height. So the height is going to be, we're going to say type of, make sure the height is a number. So we're going to pass in the minimum height here. Then we are going to, okay, get the set state set frame size like this. And then we need to define iframe ref. It's going to be equals to use ref no of type. We're going to say HTML iframe elements. Alright, so let's import the use ref hook. So we need to get the selected frame. So I'm going to say is selected if selected frame ID is equals to the frame ID we pass. Now we need to define the full content or the full HTML. So this is going to be equals to, we're going to create a method which is going to be get HTML wrapper. Like this, and here we're going to pass in the HTML content. Then we're going to pass in title, the theme style, and also the frame ID. So we can create this inside the lib. We can say frame wrapper.tx. So you can copy that from the GitHub. I'm going to paste that here, and so we can explain. So I'll paste it here, and now you can see that this is. So let me just import uh this theme. Then I'm going to also import the device base variable. Sorry. Now you can see that we have the HTML title and theme style, and then we get the final style if there's no style being passed. Then we have the HTML wrapper header. We have the Google font, which is this, the Google font. We have Tailwind CSS and a quantifier. Then we also have the style, which is roots. We pass in the base variables and the final theme. Then the base variable is this. Then this will be the theme that we pass below the base variable. Then we have the height and body. We have the default background to background. Then we have the roots, which is with 100% minimum height. And then we set scroll to none. Here we have the roots, ID roots, and also we pass in the HTML. So this script is used to make the content of the iframe, the content of the iframe to match with the height. So if the iframe content is uh longer, it's going to increase the height. So that is it. So let's import this inside the device frame. So import this. Yeah. So now let's use this. I'm going to just remove this and let's import rnd from. So let's import this. Let me scroll up. Import it here. So import rnd from React rnd like this. So I think there's an error. Oh, sorry, I need to make this like this, and the error should stop. So yeah, we're going to pass in the default x and y. So say x is going to be initial position dot x, then y is going to be initial position dot y. We are going to pass in the width, then the height. The height is going to be frame size dot height. So these are the default value. Then we can also pass in minimum width, which is going to be width. Then minimum height, which is going to be minimum height. Then size, which is going to be width, frame size dot width. Then height, frame size dot height. Like this. Now we need to disable dragging if if two mode is equals to two. So let's import the enum two mode dot hand like this. Then enable resizing only if it's selected and two mode is not equals to two mode enum dot hand. So scale, we're going to pass in the scale. So pass in the scale, then on click, sorry. Let's set the event to any year. And let's say it does stop propagation. So let's set this to any. So let me import this, or let's just disable it. Sorry, let's disable it for the entire file. And then I'll say if tool mode is equals to tool mode enum dot select, then set selected iframe frame ID like this. Now we need to show, since we enable resizing, we need to show the resize handle component. So I'm going to define this is going to have like a square box by the right, top left, top and bottom left and bottom right. So we can say resize handle, not handle classes, handle components. So we're going to say top left. If it's selected, we are going to pass in the handle component, then we set it undefined like this. So let's define the handle components here. So I'm going to just paste it here. So this is just going to be a div with background white and border below 500. So just scroll down, this error should stop. So this is now working. Handle define. Let's check this again. So I think I'll need to move this from the top here, and let's move it down outside, and the error should stop. So let's duplicate this, and let's have the top left, we have the top right. We also have the bottom left. We have the bottom right like this. So we can also have resize styles, resize handle style. So I'll say top. We are going to change the cursor. We're going to change this to not south resize, not south resize. Then we can also duplicate this. Then we have bottom. It is going to be the same thing. So for left and right, we're going to have east west resize, and let's change this to right like this. So now we can also handle the onResize method. We can get the let's say direction, and then we need the ref. So we're going to return this. We're going to say set frame size width. We're going to convert this into, make sure this is an int. So ref dot style dot width. So let me put this inside an object. Then we can duplicate this and change this to height. Also change this to height. So now we need to give this a class name. So I'm going to change this to CN. So import CN from utils. And then I'll just say relative z index 10. Then if it's selected and tool mode is not equals to to enum dot hand, sorry, then we're going to say ring 3, ring blue, 400, the ring offset, let's give offset 1 like this. So now we say if two mode is equals to 2 mode enum, sorry, dot hand, then we're going to change the cursor to cursor grab. Then if active, we are going to change this to cursor grabbing. Else we change this to cursor move like this. So inside here, we're going to have a div, class name, widthful, heightful like this. Now we're going to also create the frame toolbar. So I'm going to comment this out for now. So below, let's define a div, and then let's give this a class name, and let's import, let's set cn relative widthful height auto shadow small. Then we could give this rounded 36 pixel. Then overflow hidden like this. So we're going to say let's give this, let's set comma here. Let's say if selected and two mode is not equals to the two mode enum dot hand, then we are going to say rounded none. So inside here we are going to pass in the iframe. So I'll paste that here. So we have the ref iframe ref, the full HTML. Then we pass in the title of the frame. Then we also set sandbox, allow script and allow same origin. Then we have the width, the maximum height, the height of the frame, border none, pointer event none, display block, and background white. So that is it. So let's test this out before then we go ahead and work on the frame toolbar. So I'll go into the canvas, uh, yeah, index.txt, and we're going to pass all of this inside here. So I'll just call a device frame. So let's pass this a frame ID. So I'll just give this demo, and then I'm going to pass in title. So I'll say screen or demo screen. Then I'll give it an initial position. I'll say X. Let's give this 1000, Y 100. I'll just give this anything. I'll just give this to a two mode. We're going to pass in the two mode. Then theme style. Do we have theme? Yeah. So this is going to use the default theme. Does okay? We got the theme style from the use canvas. Then I think we are not passing. Okay, the HTML content. So let's pass that here. I'll say HTML empty string. So I'm going to paste a demo HTML content. This is so you can copy it from this inside this file in the GitHub. You can see that this just have a div and some that's the and some Tailwind CSS classes. Then I'm going to scroll down now, and so I'll remove this. We don't use this again. So we're going to also pass in the scale, current skill like this. So let me pass in the demo HTML content here. And I think that is all for now. So we can test this out. So let's make sure the server is running. So my server is running, so let's wait. And now we can see that it's showing properly. So now you can see once I move my mouse into the iframe, I can move this out. And if I select this, you can see the handle there. I can resize this, I can increase this, and you can see, or you can see that it's not taking the full width of the content once we load. This is because we need to handle that inside the device frame components. So, but everything is working fine. So we just need the toolbar. This one is not moving because this does not have the R&D components. So if I click on this now, everything is moving and this becomes disabled. Then it's no more selectable again. So that is it. So let's just go and then work on the uh let's fix this not able to fill the content, take the height of the content, and also let's remove the demo and use the frame from the canvas context. So let's head over to the browser. I'm sorry, to the code editor. So I'll collapse this now, and then let me go back inside the device frame. Let's first of all look through this let's the frames. So let's do that here. So I'm going to remove this box. We don't need this again. And I'm going to remove this color I added here, this background red. So let's do that here. So I'm going to say frames. Let me wrap this inside a div. Frame dot map frame, and then let's get the index here. Let's set index to number, and then let's return this like this, and then let's copy this device frame and let's pass it here. So let's set the key to frame dot id like this. Then you can pass the frame ID here, frame dot id. Then we also have the frame dot title. Then we also have frame dot html content. Then the scale is okay like this, and the theme is okay like this. So we are going to try to, because we might have different frame, we want to position them after each other. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant base x is going to be 100 plus index times 100. No 100, 480, sorry. Yeah, 480. Then we have a constant y is equals to 100. So now we can set the x to base x, y says to 100, so 100 like this. So now remember we added in the type frame, so sorry, canvas type, in canvas, let me check it here. Inside the type, okay, project type, we added is loading boolean. So uh I'm going to handle that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if frame dot is loading, if frame is loading, then we're going to return device skeleton, device frame skeleton. So we're going to pass in the key index like this, and we're going to add in a style here. We're going to say transform, then translate. You're going to pass in the base x px and also 100 pixel. So let's create the device and frame skeleton here. .txx, so RAFCE, so frame, and then the skeleton. So I'll just import this. So import this device frame skeleton. So why is it not showing? Okay, I think I made a mistake. So let me go into the device frame skeleton, copy this, and then let me replace this with it. And let me import this. Now we need to pass in the props. So I'll just go into device frame skeleton. So let's set a type. We say type props type. So let's get style CSS property. CSS property from React like this. Now we can get style. Let's set the props type. Sorry, the props type. Yeah, and now we can use a div. Let's pass in the class name here. We say absolute origin center, and let's give it rounded and 36 pixel, overflow hidden, and then we can have shadow small, ring 1, like this ring. So let's give this a style and width 420 pixel, so 420, height 800, background white, and then we can pass in the style here. So now we're going to define the header, which is going to be a div. Let's import skeleton. So duplicate this. Here we're going to just have class name, flex, item center, grab 2, and pattern 3, and border B. So I'm going to paste the remaining ones here. So I'll just add the class here. Let's first add the class here. Class name, height 5, width 5, and then rounded MD. Let's also have class name, height 4, and then width 32. Then below here, I'm going to paste in. So this is going to be the header, while this is the phone screen. So just like this, save that, and it should be fine. So let's go into the canvas, and now we are done with this part. So let's go and work on the frame toolbar. So let's go into the frame, device frame, and let's scroll down to where we have the frame toolbar, and let's uncomment this. So let's pass in the prop. So I'm going to pass in title is selected, and then I'm going to also pass in disable, which is going to be equals to false. Then we're going to pass in a couple of methods here. We're going to say is downloading image or PNG. We set this to false for now. We also have on download and PNG. So now we're going to just give this a method. Then we also have on open HTML dialog. So let's return this like this. So now let's create the device toolbar. So I'll just say device frame toolbar.txx. So RAFCE device frame toolbar. So let me change this here to device frame toolbar. So let's import this. Now let's go into the device frame and let's define the type. So let's go into the object here. Let's create a type. Type props type is equals to, I'm going to pass in the types here. So let's change this to use clients. And then I'm going to pass in the prop type here. So I'll get the title is selected, disabled is downloading, then on open dialog and on download PDF. So here we're going to have a class name. So we're going to have absolute. Let's first of all change this to CN. So import CN from utils. And then I'm going to just pass in, sorry, absolute of flex item center gap 2 rounded full and z index 50. So now we're going to say if selected, we're going to set this to left 1/2 minus translate x 1/2, then border, add the border and bg and clad like this. Then else, um, let's add this like this. So we say width 150 pixel, then height auto left 10 like this. So we should also add in yeah, sorry, not inside here, yeah. So we should also add in on dark mode. We are going to change this to BG muted. Padding left 2, padding right 4. Then PY 1, shadow small. And then we're going to give this a minimum width of 260 pixel, and then height of 35 pixel like this. So let's define, let's set the style. It's a top Let's use this here. We say is selected minus 70 pixel, else we just say minus 38 pixel like this. Then transform origin center top like this. So inside the div, we're going to have a div, we're going to say row button. Let's give this a class name of flex of 0.8, cursor or grab item center, justify, it says justify stats, gap 1.5, then active cursor grabber like this. So let's pass in the icon, grip icon vertical from Lucy React. So let's give this a class name of size 4, text muted foreground like this, and then we're going to have a div. Let's give this a class name. Let's use cn here. Let's say minimum width 20, font medium, text small, then we say padding margin x pixel, then truncate like this. So if selected, let's do it. If selected here, we can set width to 100 pixel. So let's pass in the title here like this. So below the div, we're going to check if this is selected. Then we're going to show the other buttons. Yeah. So I'm going to add a separator here. So let's import separator from UI separator. Then here I'm going to have a button here. So we're going to have two buttons here. So let's set here disabled to disabled. Then size icon small, variant ghost. Then let's have class name rounded full. Dark mode we're going to have BG. Let's say hover BG. White opacity of 0.2. Then hover muted, yeah. Then cursor pointer like this. So here we're going to say on click, and this is going to be um, an open HTML dialog. So let's import the encode icon here like this. So let's duplicate this, and there we're going to just change this to download icon like this. So here we're going to say disabled, and here we say it's downloading like this. Then we're going to also check if it's downloading. If downloading, then show a spinner, else we pass in the download icon. So let's import this from UI spinner. So I think everything is okay like this. Okay, yeah, we need to also add the on click here. So changes to on download PNG. So let me remove this and let's test this out. So I'll go into the canvas um, components and make sure the server is running. So let's head over to the browser and let me reload this. I think we can see. So I think this is far away from the device. It's the device frame. So let me go and fix this. So let's go ahead and fix this. I'll go into my code editor and then let's go into the device frame toolbar. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to add in, let's add in scale here. So this is scale is equals to 1.7. So let's pass scale. Uh, let's make this optional. A number like this. So add a comma here. And let's pass this here. So say transform scale and pass the scale. So I'm going to also change this to flex 1. Then this button we need to also add, I'll just wrap this inside a div. And let's have a class name here. Flex item center gap px like this. So let's check this out again. So let me reload my browser. Now we can see, so I can zoom out now. So this is showing properly. We can move this and we can see if we move our mouse over here, you can see the drag, the cursor changes to drag. So this is working, fine. So we need to also design, we need to also work on the dialog. So once we click on this button, this will open the dialog to see the code, the HTML code of this iframe. And then we also need to fix the contents of the height. I mean, the content of the frame should be equal to the height of the frame. So let's do first of all, let's work on the frame height and then work on the dialog to show to display the code. So I'm going to my code editor and then let's go into the device frame. So I'm inside the device frame and there we're going to use a use effect. So inside the get um so inside the frame wrapper, if I scroll down here, we can see that we send a message. We can see send. We have a send method, and this is going to send a post message, frame height, and the height. So what we are going to do, we are going to listen to this. We're going to listen to this message. So let's come over here. Let's say use use effects. So let me just remove everything here. Let me import use effects from React. Now I'm going to say constant handle message is equals to events message event, and let's return there. Say if event dot data dot type, sorry, if event dot data dot type is equals to frame height. So let's go into the frame wrapper and I'll copy this frame underscore height and events event dot data dot frame id is equals to frame ID. Then we are also passing the frame ID here. We can see frame ID. Then we can say set frame size. So we get the previous state. We return this. I'm just going to open this object, the structure, the previous state, and then we say height event dot data dot height like this. So the height is coming from this here. You can see height. So now we're going to pass this method inside window dot add event listener message handle message. Then we're going to return this. We're going to remove the listener. We say window dot remove event listener message handle message. So we're going to pass in the frame ID like this. So now this is going to take up the height of the content. So let's go and create the canvas component. So I'm just going to the HTML content. So I'm going to collapse this. And then here we're going to define that here. We're going to create a component for that. So let's create the state for this. We're going to say open HTML dialog, and then let's scroll down here. We're going to say HTML ML dialog. We're going to pass in the HTML, which is going to be selected frame. Okay, we need to get the selected frame from the use canvas. So I'll pass that here. So selected frame HTML content like this. We also need to pass in the theme style, which is going to be theme dot style. Then we need to also add open HTML dialog, then open on open changes or change, which is set on open. Sorry, yeah, open HTML dialog. So let's create that, or just say HTML dialog.cxx. So RASCE HTML dialog. So let's import this. So inside the HTML dialog, we are going to add a component from AI SDK. So let's go into the browser and let's head over to AI SDK. So I'll just go to AI SDK. Okay, we can see suggestion here. So let's click on this and let's wait for this to load. So AI SDK elements. So let me scroll down to where we have scroll down to where we have. So let's install let's add a code block. So just scroll down to where we have AI SDK, add code block. Oh, we can use Shanty. So I'll just copy this. Let's use Shanty UI, add AI elements. So let me just copy this and let's head over to the code. And let me open my terminal and so the server, and I'm going to just paste this here and click on enter. So let's wait for this to add the AI elements and code block into our project. So this has installed added the components. So let's go into the HTML dialog, and there we're going to set the type. So I'm just going to pass a type here. And there we're going to get open title, theme, select, theme style, on open change, and then the HTML content. So we can get the full HTML. We say full HTML is equals to get HTML wrapper. We pass in the HTML, pass in the title, and then we pass in the theme style like this. So yeah, let's remove this div, and then let's get the dialog from UI dialog. Let's pass in open equals to open, on open change, on open change, and let's say dialog content on UI dialog. Let's give this a class name of wayful, a small or maximum width 7XL, and then we can give this height of 90 VH. So inside the dialog contents, we have the dialog header. So let's import dialog header. Then inside here, we can import the dialog title from UI dialog, and there we can pass in the title like this. I can set this to on title like this. Then we have the div class name, relative, widthful, highful, overflow, uh, overflow y auto. Excuse me, div, and let's import the code block from AI uh, like this. So I'm going to just return it like this. Open dialog, pass this here, and then let's pass in the class name, widthful, height auto, our code. I'm going to pass in the full HTML, language, HTML, and then show line numbers. And then we can pass in the copy button. So code block copy. Let's import that. Now we are done with this. So we can just set this to use clients too. Like this. So let's go into Canvas and let's import this. It says this is undefined. So it's empty string like this. So this is fine. So we're going to pass in the set handle dialog inside the, pass it in the device frame. So I'll scroll down to where we have device frame here, and let's pass it here. So let's just create a method here. I'll call it open HTML dialog. So copy this and scroll down to where we have the device frame, pass it here. And like this, let's also pass it here too. So let's go into the device frame, and then let's in the type, I'm going to pass this here like this. So let's also get it here, and then inside the canvas, I mean the device frame toolbar, we can pass it here. Open HTML dialog. Now I think this is complete. So invoice, sorry, the canvas frame. So I'm just going to scroll down and let's test this out. So I'm just going to copy the demo HTML and just pass this here if it's empty for now. And let's test this out to make sure the server is running. Now we can see that this is working, and you can see that it's taking the width of the height of the content. So you can move it, you can see drag it up like this. But if we reload, this is going to take the width of the content, and then this is moving the same way. And if I click on this dialog icon, you should be able to see the HTML content. So it's moving. You can see everything is moving, everything's working fine. You can click here to copy the HTML content. Yeah. So this is working fine. We can change the theme, and we can see everything is working fine. So we can see the theme is working fine. We can switch theme, and everything is working perfectly well. So let's go ahead and work on the uh, configure and set up ingest to handle the generation, the AI generation. So I will just go back to the home screen. So when the user type in a prompt here, we trigger the background service to generate the to handle the generation, the AI generation. So we're going to go ahead and set up Ingest. Ingest is a platform that offers background jobs and workflow. So it lets us to run async tasks or tasks without blocking the application for the user. So we are going to be using Ingest to handle our AI generation. So when user type in a prompt, the AI generation will be handled with Ingest. So let's go ahead and make sure to sign up. So once you click here to sign up already. So you're going to be brought to this page to create an organization. So I'm going to just fill in my name and also this log, then click on create organization. So let me just change this. So I'll click on create organization, and this should create the account for me. So I'm just going to skip this. And there you can see we've created our ingest app. So I say, okay, I already have an ingest app. You can use this. So I'm just okay, you can use this command to set up ingest start up ingest service in your local machine. But the first thing we're going to look at here is run. So in the run section, this is where we're going to see when we trigger the ingest function, we're going to be able to track each of the run here. Then we have the events, and then we have the function. So when we write the ingest function, we are going to see a list of them here. So what we are going to do now is to go to the documentation. So I'll just come over, open a new tab here, and I'm going to search for ingest doc Next.js like this, and then you should be able to see the documentation. So just click on the quick start with Next.js, and then we can scroll down and we should select app router. Now the first thing we're going to do is to install ingest. So just copy this and let's go to the code editor, and then let's install this. Let's install ingest. So I'm going to open a new terminal, and I'm going to paste this here. So this is going to install ingest into our code. So let's wait for this to install. So while this is installing, let's go over to the browser and let's look through the documentation. So yeah, we can see that to run the ingest dev server, we're going to copy this. So but now we're going to leave this for now. So let's go down to how to write the ingest, setup ingest. So the first thing we're going to do is to create ingest clients. So we're going to also create the ingest API. So the first thing is to create the ingest client. So we're going to create a folder called ingest and then create a client.txt. So let's copy this and let's go back to the code and create that. Then after that, we're going to create the API route as mentioned there inside the API app/API folder. So let's just go back to the code and we should make sure this is already installed. So let's create a folder here. So I'm going to create it in the app, the root directory, ingest like this, or we can move it inside the leaf folder. So I'm just going to create uh, clients.txt here, and we're going to just paste this here. So now we can give this a name. So I'll just say X design app like this. So let's go over to the browser to the documentation, and then we should copy this. So let's copy this and let's go back to the code and let's create the API route for ingest. So I'll go into API folder, then let's create ingest and then routes.tx and let's paste this here. So now we need to point to where the ingest and client is. So I'm going to say slash, sorry, I think by this ingest clients. Okay, I think it was correct. So we're going to pass in the function once we write the function. So let's go back to the code and copy a sample of a function. So I'll go back and then scroll down to where we have write your first ingest function. So we're going to use create function. This is an example of an ingest function. So we're going to create function.txs. So just copy this and then let's go back to the code and then let's go down to the ingest. So I'm going to create a folder and call these functions here. So we can have list of functions. So let's create hello world function, hello world.tx, and let's paste this like this. So now I'm just going to move this up like this. We have the ingest, the create function, and then this is the ID of the function. We also have event name, and then we have the method that gives us the event and step. So this step just sleep uh, tells Inngest to wait for some seconds before running this. So we are going to look at how to do this. So let's go ahead and test it out. So let's just first of all go to the documentation and then let's scroll down. Then we need to pass the function inside the ingest route. So just copy the HTML hello world ingest function and let's go to the route which we created and let's pass in the function here. So let's import this and then let's go back to the documentation again and let's scroll down. Now we need to run the server. So we can test it out. So let's just go up where we had the to run the dev server. So this is it. So copy this and let's go to the code editor, open the terminal, make sure the server is running here. You can open a new terminal and paste this here and click on enter. So this is going to run the ingest server and then it's going to give us a local domain. So let's click on yes, type in yes. It's going to give us a local route. So we're going to test this on the browser. So the ingest server is running. So it's running at localhost 8288. So just copy this and let's go back to the browser. And then I'll open a new tab. Let me just open this tab here and paste this. I'll close this. Now I'm going to paste this and click on enter. Then this should open the same interface we have here. We have in the Inngest app. So this is the local host. So we have the same event, but yeah, if you click on the function, we should be able to see. Okay, I think we're not able to see the functions. So I think we have some issues. So let's go back to the code. I think I need to scroll down to where we have the middleware, the proxy.tx. So I'm going to uh, tell and Kinde to exclude this ingest API. So I'll say API slash ingest, just like this, ingest, and save this. I think this should remove the stop the uh from blocking the ingest API. So now let's try to reload. we're not seeing the ingest function yet. So let's go back to the code again. So I think everything should work. So let's just go back again and test it out. So let's go to the browser and it has showed up here. So we can see that it's working. So if I reload, now we should see the ingest function which we created. Now to invoke this function to start running, we can click on this invoke. And once you click on this invoke, you can click on, okay, you can pass in data if you want. Just click on invoke function. And then if you take us to the run section, then you can see that it is running and you can see that we triggered the function. So once we click on this, you should see that it has completed already. We have the wait a moment, uh, then we have the finalization, and then you can see the hello ima@gmail.com like this. Let's go to the function again. Let's try to invoke. We can change the pass a different data. I'll just say hello like this. Like this. So I've changed it to hello hello. And if I click on invoke function, then you can see that this is going to run this. And then the last finalization, we can see, okay, because we change this to, you should be able to see this here. Okay. Oh yeah, we can see hello hello here. Right. So this is working. So it's working. So the reason why we have undefined is because we inside the ingest function. If we go back to the ingest function, we should say we are pointing events.data.email. Or if we set this to hello like this, and if we head back to the code and try to run this again, if I click on this and click on invoke, now this should run and it should complete, finalize, and then we can see hello hello. So this is working. So let's go ahead and create the ingest function for generation. So I'll just go back to the code and then let's create a function. We call it generate screen.cx. So let's copy the same thing we have here. So I'll copy this, come over to generate screen and paste this here. So I'm going to change this to generate screen function, and then we can give this an ID. So I'll just call this and generate UI screen, and then we can give this an event name. We can say generate the screen UI like this. So now we can remove this. So we need to get the data. So we need to get the data from the event. So we're going to send a couple of data. We're going to send which is going to be equals to events dot data. We can destructure this. We're going to send the user ID. Sorry, the user ID. Then we're also going to pass in the project ID. We're going to pass in the prompt of the user. And then we're going to pass in the frames. And then we're going to also pass in the team, which is the existing team. So the reason we are passing the team and the frame is because we are going to need this when we try to regenerate. Like if we go into the canvas here, so let's go into components canvas and canvas floating toolbar. Sorry. We have, remember we have this prompt input here. So inside the canvas, users can type in and generate a new screen. So we need to give the user, the AI, a context of what other screen or frame it has created before, so that it can use those same context and generate a new screen. So that is it. We're going to do that. So now we are going to say constant is regenerating, or yeah, regeneration. So we're going to make sure to confirm if we are regenerating or is a new generation. So we're going to say a frame dot length is greater than 0. Yeah. So the next thing we are going to do now is to perform different step. So we're going to run different step. So this step is going to help us to run the tasks in different complex tasks into different smaller uh, tasks. So we are going to, first of all, the first thing we are going to do is to so when the user type in a prompt, we want to first of all analyze the prompt, and then the AI is going to generate the number of screens which we are going to generate. So I'm going to say analyze um the prompt, or we can say analyze or plan. We can call this planning mode. So we're going to use the step. We're going to say constant analysis is equals to await step dot. You can see we have different options here. So we're going to use run, and then we're going to give this run a name. So we're going to say analyze and plan screen. And then this is going to return a function. And then here we are going to write in we're going to call the API, the AI, sorry, the AI to generate the screens and also the visual description. Then once we do that, we're going to then copy this again and we're going to paste this here. So this is going to handle the actual generation here of each screen. So let me comment this out. This is going to the actual generation of each screens that we got from the analysis. Then after we do that, we are going to run the last step, which is we are going. So I think we're not going to run another step. It's only two steps we have here. We have the analysis or planning mode. Then we have the actual generation. So inside here, we're going to be using the AI SDK, and we're going to be using AI SDK, the object, the generates object. So let's just go and look at that in the documentation. So if I go over, let me open this and then go to AI SDK generate object, and you click on this, and then you should see the example of how to use AI SDK generation object. So we are going to be using Zod to pass in the schema, which is the output schema, and then the user, we're going to pass in the user prompt. Here we can get the data in form of JSON. So uh, we can use AI gateway, but we already have Open Router. So I'm going to test with Open Router, but I'm going to surely use AI SDK. So I mean AI gateway, because I have some credits already. So if I go to uh, dashboard inside VCU, if I click on AI gateway here, you can see that I have some credits here, and you can click here to buy credits if you want. or you can just stick to open router. So let's just go ahead and then write the schema and also the generate object. So I'll just go over to the code, and then let's first of all write. So I'll put in the schema here. So I'm going to paste it. So let me first of all import Zod from Zod. Okay, we need to install Zod. So I'll cancel my server here, and I'm going to say npm install Zod. So let's wait for this to install. So this has installed. So I'm going to just import Zod here. And let me make sure my server is running. And then I'm going to paste the schema. I've written it already. So this is a schema, the analysis schema. We have the theme, so you can copy that from the GitHub. So the AI is going to select the theme. It's going to pick the theme from the theme list. If we go to themes, so it's going to pick the theme from the theme list out of the theme list we have. Then it's going to give us an array of the screen, and then we're going to have the ID of the screen, a unique ID, the name, the purpose, and the visual description. And this is like a sample of how the description is going to look like. And with this now, we can use this to feed into the AI so the AI knows what to give us as output. So I'll go into the action.txt, and I'm going to just copy this open router because we're going to need this. Let's just copy everything like this. And let me go back to generation function, and then uh inside the analysis, we are going to paste this here. But instead of generate text, we're going to use generate objects. Let me save this. So here I'm going to say objects, and we need to pass in the schema here. So it's a schema analysis schema like this. So let's import open router. Sorry, open router from lib open router, and I think this is it. So since we are going to handle for both the regeneration and also the actual new generation, we are going to check, say, constant analysis prompts. So we're going to change past the analysis prompts here. Say analysis prompts, which is the user prompt. It's going to say if is regeneration, then we are going to pass in this. So I'm just going to just paste this here. So we are going to pass in the user request, which is the prompt, selected theme, existing theme. Then we have to pass in the context HTML. But since and since a new generation, we are going to say user request and pass in the prompt. So we need to get the context. So I'm going to say constant context HTML. So just copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to say is regeneration. Then we can say frame. So we're going to get a slice of minimum, let's get 3 or 4. Then we're going to map the frames. It's a frame, it's of type frame type. And then we're going to say frame dot HTML content. And then we say dot join slash new line like this. So we say else empty string like this. Just like this. Or there's no even need of using the is generation since it's going to be used for only regeneration. So with this, we can then use the analysis prompt and pass it here, just like this. So now we need to define the system prompt. So I have the system prompt already in the GitHub. So I'm going to create a prompt file here. So say prompt.txt here. So I'm going to paste all the prompts, both the prompt for analysis and the prompt for individual for the generation. So I'm going to paste all the prompts here. So let me scroll up so we can look at it from the beginning. So the first prompt is the generate prompt. So I'll just change this to themes. So the first one we have is generation system prompt. So we have the prompt to say you are an S design AI critical output result rules. So we are using for the avatar, we're telling AI to use the avatar.cc, which is a generation random avatar. So it's going to use that. Then we also have we are trying to also use to not select images or splash and link. Then we also have critical override color priority. So we are going to be feeding this with colors. So like the theme we mentioned, AI is going to be using the theme. So we also have integrate the technique together, soft this, and then we have the layout, we have mobile app structure, button navigation if needed, the charts, and if I scroll down, then we have bottom nav rules, navigation, then we have the then no navigation on splash or onboarding screen or out screen. Then we see that we loop through the theme list and then we pass it into the analysis point. So now we can see the analysis point. So you are a lead UIX mobile app designer. So if user based on user request, if one specified screen, each screen with the ID, name, purpose, and feature description, then if look we pass in the bottom nav rules inside the analysis prompt, then we give it an example of a good features. Then we also have special rules, the available theme, scheme, and style. Then we have the available font and variable. So this is a prompt now. We can use this inside the generation screen function. So I'll just copy this and then I'll head back into generation screen. Then I'll replace this with it. So let's import this. Now we can use the object. We can return the object. So I'll just say return. Uh, I'm going to destructure the objects here. So I also want to pass the theme. So I can say theme use. Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say okay. So I'm going to say constant um theme to use is equals to if is regeneration. Then we're going to pass in the existing theme. This we passed in here. Then we are going to use the new theme selected by the AI. And then let's just pass in theme use like this. Or we can set theme. Let's just save it like this. Now we need to also update the project. If you look at the Prisma schema, we have the theme. So we're going to update the theme. So if it's not regeneration, we need to update the project with the theme. So say if not is regeneration, then await Prisma. So import Prisma from let me import that here. Import Prisma from @lib slash Prisma. So Prisma does project dot update. So we're going to update where ID is project ID. user ID is user ID, then pass in the data team team to use like this. So now we are done with the analysis step. So now this is going to run first, and if there's any issue, we can retry it. Then once it is done, we can get the output from here. And if we hover over this, we can see the team screen and team to use. Then we are going to implement the next step, which is to generate each of the screen. We can see that the screen is an array of objects. So we're going to loop through the screens and then generate each screen. So I'm going to do that here. So let me remove this. Let's remove this. So we're going to use for loop here. We're going to say let I is equals to 0, then I is less than analytics the screens dot length, then I plus plus like this. And then we can say constant screen plan is equals to analytics dot screen, and with the index with the I, then we are going to get the team. So say selected team is equals to team dot find, passing the team. Say team dot id is equals to analytics dot, we can use team to use like this. And then now we can combine the team, the team style with the team styles plus the base variable. So let's just do that. So yeah, I'm going to say full team. Let's import the base variable. We have the full team selected team dot style and the empty string if we have null or undefined. Now we need to generate this. We need to use the step. We say await step dot run, and then we're going to give this a name. Generate screen $sign I, and then let's return a function. And then inside here, we're going to do the same thing we have here. Let me just copy this. But this time we are going to be using generate text instead of generate objects. So I'm just going to remove this. Then I'm going to say generate text like this. So let's import generate text from AI, and this will now use schema. So we are going to also add a prompt here, and there we're going to import the generate system prompt here like this. So this is going to be using two. So I'm going to add in a splash on splash 2 so the AI can access images. So we're going to add tools here. And this is also going to have stop when. Sorry, stop count 5 like this. So let me add comma here. So since we are adding tools here, we want to allow the AI to loop through, to keep on retrying. We run till it gives us the final answer, and we're giving it a maximum limit to 5. So I'm going to pass in the prompts here with the screen from the screen plan. Then we can get the screen ID, name, and purpose with also the visual description. So I'm going to paste that here. You can also copy that from the GitHub. So I've pasted it now. You can see we have the screen and the screen ID, screen and screen purpose, visual description, and also the theme style. Then we have the critical requirements, some other small requirements we tell the AI to look out for. And once this is done, we can then extract the HTML from the response because this is going to also have like a two-step object. So we need to really get the HTML content from the string. So I'll just say let final HTML is equals to result dot text like this. Set to empty string like this. Then we can match. We are going to use a regular. We're going to match from the div where we have the div, and then we can get the match. Then we say final HTML is equals to match. Then we say match index of 0 else final HTML like this. So if we're able to match this, then we can say final HTML is equals to final HTML that replace. Then we're going to slash, and then we're going to pass in three of the slash g, and then add comma and empty string like this. So we're going to remove this embeds from the HTML string. And once that is done, then we can create the frame, each of the frame. We can create the frame. So we say constant frame is equals to await Prisma dot frame dot create data passing a project ID title screen plan dot name, and then we pass in the HTML content, final HTML, and then I think that is it. Then we can return this. So let's just return, return success true. We can pass in frame like this. So we are done with all the steps. So if I collapse this is it. So let's go and then write the tool for the Unsplash. So I'll just create a file inside the ingest function. So I'll just say tool.txt here. And to create tool, we can look at AI SDK. Let's just do that here first. So I'm going to import tool from AI SDK. I'll say export constant Unsplash tool is equals to 2, and this is going to have description, and we're going to also import sword. We're going to pass in the description. We're going to also pass in the input schema, which is set sword object query, and this is going to be set dot string dot describe. We are going to also have orientation set dot enum landscape portrait, and the last one message like this. Then we're going to set the default to landscape. So I'm going to also provide the description and also the describe for this. And I think we are done with this step. Now we need to execute, define execute like this async, and let's return a function here. Now we can get the input and schema here. We can get query and orientation. So now we have try catch here. So let's first of all go and get the Unsplash API key or access key. So make sure the server is run. Let's go to the browser and then I'm going to uh, go search. Let's search for Unsplash API key. And once you search for this, click on this link. It should take you to this page. Now, if you say Unsplash/developers, now we can see how to use Unsplash. You can see. Just scroll down. We can look at the documentation like this. So let me scroll up, click on the top corner here to sign up. So I already signed up already. I can view my profile and all this. So I'm just going to click on account setting. Sorry, not account setting. Once you create your account, you should click on app. It's going to ask you to create a new app. So I've already created app. So I'll just click on create a new app. Just accept uh, all of this. Then click on accept terms. Give this a name. I say X design. And let's click on create. It's going to ask me. So I'm just going to say X design AI for mobile design. Like this. Then click on create app. And then they should create the app. You can scroll down to access key. Just copy this. We just need this. So once you copy this, let's just go to the code and going to your env. I'm going to just place it on Splash access key. We'll go back to the documentation on Splash and let's see how this works. If we go to scroll down, let's go to click on documentation and then scroll down first. We can see how to authenticate. If we scroll down to the bottom, yeah, you can see we can pass in a client ID with the access key. So this is a public authentication. Then if we scroll up, then we can click on search photo by keyword. Then once we scroll, we can see we add query in the to schema. Then we input schema in the Unsplash 2. Then we also have the rotation. Then you can see that you can filter by landscape, portrait, and the last one. Then so that is all. Let's just go back and complete that. So I'm just going to go back to the code and then let's go to the 2.tx and then we can use this inside the Unsplash 2. So I've pasted the description. We can see we have search for high quality images from Unsplash and use this when you need to add in an image tag. Then we also have the describe and for the query. Then we also have, so I'm going to also pass the API which I've copied from the Unsplash documentation. So I'm just going to paste it here so we can look at it. So here we can see that we have the Unsplash API search photos query. We encode the components the query. Then we pass in the orientation for page one. Then we have in client ID process or env or splash API key. So make sure it's similar to what we pass in here. Access key. So let's go back to the tool. So if you have written this, just let's get the results. So say this is going to be equals to await response.json. And then let's get the results here. So inside there, and there we're going to say return results. We get the first index here dot URIs the regular else empty string, and then we can just return empty string like this here if there's any error. So I'm just going to remove this error like this. So we can use this inside the uh, generate screen. So inside here, so we're going to just call this search Unsplash, and I'm going to just import the Unsplash tool. So we are done with this. Now we can use this same generation screen. We can use this for let this to be screens. So I'll change this to screen. So we can use this both for new generation and for new project generation, and also for existing projects. So this can be referred to as existing generation, as regeneration. So I'll just leave it like this, and then let's just add this generate screen in the ingest route. So I'll just say route.tx for ingest. I can pass this here now. So let's just import this. So now how do we trigger this generate screen inside the API route? So if I go into API project route, if I collapse this, then the post. So once a user type in a prompt, we create the project of the user, we create a project for the user, then we have to trigger the ingest function, which is the generate screen. So let's go to the documentation to see how this is done. So if we go over to the ingest for Next.js, so I think I've closed that. So let me just search for it again. Ingest Next.js documentation. Then click on this. Now if you scroll down to the bottom, scroll down. Now we can see trigger from code. We can see that if you go down here, this is how to trigger. We're going to use the send function. So we're going to just copy that, and we're going to pass in the payload. So we can use this. So if we go back to the code, and let's come over here and paste it here. So let's import ingest from ingest and clients. Now we can just change this to use the name, that is the event name. So I'll just copy this event, go back into project/project, and then I'm going to change this here. So we're going to pass in the data. If we go into generate screen, you can see that we have the user ID, prompts, frame, and then team, existing team. So I'll go into route, and then let's pass in the user ID. I think user ID is the first. User ID, project ID, and then prompt, just like this. So I'm just going to make sure I wrap this inside try catch. So I'll just return error console.log error like this. So make sure everything is correct. Make sure the ingest name is correct with the event name here. So I think that is all. So let's make sure our server is running and also the ingest server is running. So if we go back to the browser and if we check this inside the ingest, not this one. So if I reload this, if I go over to function now, we can see generate UI screens. So you can figure this here by providing the data, but I'm not going to do that from here. So I'm going to load my localhost and 3000. So I've loaded my localhost 3000. So I'll go back to the home screen. And let me go back to the home screen. Now let me type in prompts. So I'll just say design a backend screen Let's just keep this to say simple prompts. So let's pick a fitness tracker app screen. So hopefully this should work. So let's just click on just pick anyone from the suggestion, and let's click on design and let's see. So this is the old demo screen, so this is not needed. We should go to Inngest here and see if this is running. We can see that this is running. Now, why is it not working? Okay, cannot read. So we have some error here. We have some error. So let's just cancel this. Undefined length cannot be property of undefined length. So I think it's coming from. I think it's coming from the. So I think let's let's check if this is an array first. So I'll say array that is array frames. Then we can do this. Then we can use this here. So just remove all of this. Then we can check this. If this if is regeneration, then we can say empty string like this. Or should we change this to if existing generation? Let's change it to existing generation. If is existing generation like this, like this, then pass this here. If it's existing generation, they will pass in this. So this should not throw an error. So let's try it out again. Make sure the server is running, and let's go back to the browser. So I'll just quickly go back to the, then I'm going to pick the same prompt again, then click on send, and this should redirect us to this page. So let's click here, let's click on running. Now we can see analyze prompts. You can see that it has analyzed the prompts. It has given us the ID name, purpose, feature description. Let's wait for this to complete. So I think it's done. You can see the HTML content. You can see ID, project ID, title. It has saved the project, the frame. So now if I go back here and reload this, or something is wrong, we can't see the frame. So I think it's because of, so let's go back to the code. Let's go to the context, canvas context. I think it's because of this. This is not updating. So let me try and use effects again. I don't know why it's not working. Use effects. Let me import this. Set initial reset frame. If so, this keep on showing some error here. So if I hover over this, we can see that React is saying that we can't use this in the use effects, and it has pointed us to a link here to the documentation. So you just go to this link. So I'm just going to go to the link. I've copied it and I've pasted it in the browser. So once you come over here, you can see, you can read through this and see where we don't need to use effects. So React recommend we don't need to use effects inside that inside the context we have here. So we have some examples here. But if I click on adjusting some states when a prop changes, and if I scroll down to uh, think here, let me search for it. Previous. So yeah, if you come over to this place, just scroll down to adjusting some prop here below here. You can see how React says adjust the state by remembering. So we can use this the previous state. Then we can check if item is not equals to previous state. Then we can say set previous item and set selection. So no need for use effects for this. So I'm going to use this way and handle this. So I'm going to go back to the code and I'm going to remove this use effect. So since we are tracking with we have passed in the project ID. So we're going to make use of project ID because project ID change. So I'm going to then if you go into the page dot and txx, you can see that I passed in project dot ID here. So if I go over back to the canvas provider here, if I come down to here, so once we reload the page or we navigate to the project ID page. So what we are going to do, we're going to have the previous states the same way we saw in documentation. So I'm just going to paste it here. So we have the previous project ID and set previous project ID. Then we pass in the project ID. Now we say project ID, which is this, it's not equals to project ID. Then we set previous project ID. Then we set the frame. Then we set team ID. And if there's no team ID, we just set team index um 0 and ID. Then we can just reset uh the frame ID too. So now this should hopefully this should work. So let's save this and let's go back to the code and I mean so to the browser. So just click on this and let me try and reload now. If I reload this should load and then you can see that it has updates the theme and also this is the design. Yes, I'm going to remove this demo screen, which is not needed. So we can see the AI was able to generate the screen for us. Yeah, this is not good like that, but we are going to change the model to use Gemini 3. So we're going to look at that. We're going to change that to use Gemini 3, which is better, which can generate something like this. So what we are going to do now is when users generate, um, type in a prompt, we need to be able to track the status of the generation. So we are going to be using ingest real time. So ingest also has what we call ingest real time. So if I go back to ingest documentation, then I will go back to, let me scroll down, or let me search for this. I'll say ingest real time. So if I click on real time, ingest real time, if we scroll down now, we can see how to add it. So we can install ingest real time. Then we can update the ingest function, the client.tx. We can add in the middleware, real time middleware. Then then we can do this like this. We can use the publish now. So we can get the publish from inside the ingest function. Then we can be able to publish events. Then we can subscribe or listen to using the I think events. No, not this. We are going to be using the hook. They use ingest subscribe hook. We're going to be using this to keep track of different events being sent to from the ingest function to the client side. So let's install this real time. So copy this and let's go back to the code and let's install this. So I'm just going to cancel my server and I'm going to just paste this here and click on enter. So this is going to install. So let's go and copy the other step, which is to add the middleware. So I'm going to just copy everything here and I'll go back to the code. So this has already installed. So I'll just run my server And then I'll go into the client's ingest.cx here. So we just need only this. I'm just going to move this to the top and the middleware. So I'll just remove this. Then I'll just pass it here like this. So after this, now let's go back to the documentation. And then we can scroll down. I think it said we can create an API. Okay, we're going to create the subscription token. So we're going to create action, app action, yes, subscribe token. You can call this real time, right? So just copy all of this. We can copy this and let's go back to the code. So I'm going to create inside the action. So I'll create real time .cx. So you can call it get as open. Then we can change this to use server. So I'm going to close this and paste. So let me paste it here. So let's just remove this. So I'll remove all of this. Remove this. So let's go into the API routes project and let's just copy this. Let me copy this from kind, and then I'm going to go into realtime.tx inside the action folder, and I'm going to replace this with this like this. So I'm going to just import this. So let me just import this. So I'm going to remove this like this. So I'm going to change this to user.id. So now when we define the topic, we are going to come over here and pass the topics in. So now we have this. Now let's go and implement the uh, to publish the event, and then we are going to come back into the context, the canvas context, to listen to the event. So I'm just going to go back to generation function, and then the first thing we're going to do is once we trigger the function, we are going to publish. So let's get the publish here. So we're going to publish the events and tell the clients that it has started to run. Then we're going to show running. So if you remember in the canvas context, we have different loading status here, which I have defined here. So we have running, analyzing, generating, and completed. So we're going to be sending out these different events to the client side. So I'm going to go back to the generation function. So we need to define the channel which we are going to be sending this. So if I go back, so let me just define this. If we go back to the documentation, let's look at that in documentation. We can see how it was defined here. If I scroll up here, scroll up, we can see we have a channel which is pointing to user and the user ID. So we can just define that too. And then we can see the topic here. And then we have to pass in the data. So let's just go back to the code, and then I'm going to define the channel here. So let me just define it. I'm going to say channel is equals to user and user ID, which we pass from there. Now the first event we're going to send, we're going to say await publish. Say channel, then the channel. So we're going to set a new topic, which is going to tell the client that generation has started. I'll say generations does start, and we're going to pass in the data status running. Then I also want to pass in the project ID. like this. So this is the first event that will be sent to the client side. So we can copy this now, and I'm going to paste another one here. So I'm going to change this to analyzing or analysis, sorry, analysis. Dot start. Then I'm going to change this to analyzing here. So this should be similar to what we have in the context loading status type. So we have analyzing, we have running. So just pass that here. Now we need to also pass this once the generation has complete. So I will just do that below here. So let's paste that here. Now we can change this to complete. Now we're going to pass in generating. And that's what we have. So that's what we have inside the context generating. So let's change the status to generating. Then we can pass in the project ID. So we need to pass in the total screen, which is going to be object.screen.length. So this is going to determine the number of device skeleton we are going to display on the canvas. Then we need to also pass in the actual screen switch. So we can use this object.screen like this. So we're going to look through these screens, and then we're going to update the frames. So once we are done with it, so the last two we're going to look is inside the context we have okay completed here. So I'm going to scroll down here. I think it's going. So yeah, I'm going to send the different. I'm going to send the frame now with the ID. Remember, this is taking the uh this one is going to send the frame. We're using it as a placeholder for the loading. Then once each of the generation, like since we are looping through the screens, if each one completes, then we're going to send the frame with the frame ID we got from after saving to the database. So what we're going to I'm going to say uh, if is existing generation, to say frame dot updates. I think we should change we should leave it to frame create here. Frame created. So this is just going to update the frame list. Then we don't need status for this. You just need to pass in the frame. Then we need to also pass in the frame ID, or we should just remove the frame ID and let's just pass over the screen ID so we can be able to update the screen. We can get the screen ID from the screen plan. So I'll just say screen plan.id. Now we can be able to point which frame we want to replace the loading and dummy and frame which we add on the client side. We're going to replace that with the actual frame saved in the database. So the last thing we are going to do is to update. This is a step. So after it is complete, we are going to send the final status, which is inside the content, which is completed. So I'm just going to go back to generate schema and generate screen, and then I'm going to just copy. Let me just copy this, and let me just paste it here. And then I'm going to say generation completed. generation complete and changes to completed like this. And let's just pass in the project ID. I think that is it. So I need to also add the theme inside here. We didn't pass in the theme. So I'll pass in the theme. The theme is going to be theme use like this. Theme to use, sorry, theme to use like this. So I think that is all. So let's just go into the real time and add the topic inside the real time. So we have generation starts, analysis starts, analysis completed. Then we have inside the each generation, we have the frame created, we have generation completed. So inside the real time in action, we're going to pass all of them here. So I'm just going to pass them here. Generation start, analysis completed, frame created, and generation complete. So if we head back to the documentation, we can see how to use this in the client side. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have a React hook. So if we click on React hook, we can use the React hook to handle that inside the use. So let's just copy this like this, copy this, and let's go back to the code. And then inside the context, so just going to canvas context, and then let's go down to uh yeah to where we had it here. So I'm going to just paste it here, and let's import the fetch real time from the action, the real time action there. This is it, fetch real time subscription token. Then let's go back to canvas context and let's import. I think we didn't install this, so we need to install this. So okay, let me import it. I think we've already installed the real time. So I'm just going to scroll up here and let me import it inside here. Yeah, so just import it from at Inngest real time hooks. Then scroll down now, the error should stop. Then I'm going to remove all of this and we're going to just use the fresh data. So let's use the use effect here. Hopefully this should work. Use effect. Let me import use effects. And then here we can say if not fresh data or fresh, we're going to check the length. The length is equals to 0. Return. Then let's look through the fresh data. So refresh data dot for each. We can get a message and let's just return. So inside the message, we can get the topic and the data. So it's the data and then the topic. So we're going to check if our data dot project ID. So this only run for only the project ID that match. If it's not equals to uh project ID, then return like this. So now let's use the switch. So here we're going to use the topic here, and we're going to use the first topic, which is the generation starts, and then we're going to set loading status. We're going to set that to running. Now we can see the error didn't affect this. So we can have case here, and the next one is the analysis starts, and then here we can say set loading status to generate, sorry, to analyze and not generating. And let's just copy this and paste it here. So once this analysis complete, then what we're going to do, we're going to get the data. We're going to say if data.team, then set team id data.team like this. Remember, we pass in the data team inside. Scroll back to, so we pass in the team here. So I'm just going to go over to canvas context, and then here we're going to say if data.screens and data.screen.length is greater than 0. So now we need to define the skeleton screen. So I'm going to say skeleton. So which is going to be skeleton frames. You're going to set it to type of frame type list, which is going to be equal to data.screen.map, map. So I'm going to pass in the ID, which is going to be uh, screen.id. Then we're going to say, let's set this to any. So we're going to pass in the title, which is going to screen.title or screen.name. That's what we have inside the analysis schema, screen name. So let's go into canvas context again, and then we're going to pass in the HTML content, which is going to be empty string for now. Then we can set in the is loading to true like this. So we need to also pass in give is created as. So I think it's not going to fail. Created as new date, or let's check the frame. Sorry, inside the project type, we set this to, okay, this is not optional. We can make this optional. I'll remove this. So we can just remove this. We don't need that inside it. Now we can say set frame, get the previous state, and then we're going to return a new array with the structure the previous state and pass in this, then the structure the skeleton and frames. Now we've added this. So now the next thing we are going to do, we're going to add in break here, sorry. So the other one is the frame created here, which is inside the generation function. Scroll down to where we have. So this has the frame, the screen ID, and the project ID. So here, so let's write the case frame created as a break. So inside here, we're going to say if and data.frame. Then let's update the frame. So we're going to get the previous state, and then let's set new frames is equals to, we create a uh, new array with the previous state with the previous frame. Now we say constant, we get the index of the existing frame. So we're going to say new, sorry, this should be updated frame. Let's just leave it like this. New frame dot find by index frame frame.id is equals to data.screenID is equals to data the screen ID. So if the index is not equals to 1, then we say new frame is not equals, sorry, it's not equals to -1. There was a new frame, we get the index. Now we're going to update that with the data of frame. So else we push this new frame dot push data of frame, and let's just return our new frame here like this. So we are done with, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to just remove all of this. I will change this to generation completed or generation complete. Then we can set loading status to completed. We can just set timeout here. So let me just set this and set uh, set loading, or should we just set this to completely like this, or ideal? Hmm. Or let me just leave it to completed. Then we can give it some time to update to ideal. So I'll just say 1000 here, and let's just copy this, paste it here like this. So yeah, we're just going to update this to project ID and fresh data like this. So I think this is not good. But let's leave it like this. So we are done with this. So let's try and generate a new one. So let's make sure everything is working. So let's go into the canvas page, sorry, index canvas, and so we have the pending, fetching, loading, idle or completed. I think the loading canvas loader is working. So let's just test it out again. So make sure the server is running, and then let's go back to the browser. So I'm just going to load this again and try to click on the new generation. So let's try again. So I'm going to click on the first suggestion, and then let's click on this. So make sure you've reload it, and let's click on design. Let's see, hopefully this should work. Loading the project. We should wait and see if it's going to. Okay, it's not updating. We can see this, but we're not able to see the. So I'll click on running, and we can see that the event is being sent. Generation is completed. Now we can see the statistics. We can see this, but I don't know why it is not showing the real time. It's showing this real time, but it's not showing the loading status. So let me go back to the code, and let's check this why it's not working. So make sure everything is safe. So I'm going to try and test it again. So let me just remove completed for now, and then let's test it out. So make sure server is running, and let's go back to the browser. And yeah, let me just pick a design, um, a music. Sorry, let's do habits. tracker app, just one screen. Click on design and let's see. So this is going to redirect us to now we should see. Now we can see analyzing and now we can see the screen, the placeholder, the skeleton. So let's wait for this to complete. And now we can see it's completed. Now we can look at what it designed here. So if I expand it, I think it's taking up the height like this. But at least it's okay. We can see the title. We can look at the theme that was selected, neon. If I pick midnight, you can see that it changes. Uh, so at least it's not that um AI model we are using does not give us the best, but at least it will work fine. So this is working fine. So let's go and connect the endpoint for create the endpoint for generating new screen. So let's just go back to the code and let's go to let me clear everything here. So go into API project index ID route. So we're going to just let me just copy what we have here before. So I just copy this, come inside this ID route, paste it, import Inngest here. We're going to remove project name. We don't need to update project. Um, so what we're going to do now is, so let's copy the params from this get. I'll scroll down here and let's just pass it here. So say comma, sorry, and paste it here. So I'll use ID, copy this, scroll down here and paste it here too. So now we have the project ID, a prompt, and we've checked for the prompt and everything. So we are going to find the let's find the project. So say project is equals to await Prisma dot project. So find first where ID and user ID is user dot ID like this. So let's include frame, include frames true. So now we're going to send the ingest, yeah. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say we are passing the user ID, we are passing the project ID, which is ID, passing the prompt. Now we need to pass in the frame, which is going to be project dot frames, and then team, which is going to be project dot existing and team like this. So this is fine. So let's make sure this does not run. Error is a if not and project. Let's throw a new error project not found by this. And so let's just say success and fail to generate frame by this. So let's go into the inside the future, go into future folder, and then let's go into the use project ID, and we're going to just copy. Just let's just leave it like this. Just come over here Or let me just copy this and let's paste it here. So let's import use mutations. I'm just going to remove the router. We are not going to, let's import toast like this. So we're going to pass in the project. So let's change the name from use and generate project to use generate design by ID. Then we'll pass in the project ID. We need, yeah, project ID, pass in string or long. Then we can pass in the, let's pass in ID here. So this should be string and not null. So pass in the ID here, project ID. And there, let's just remove the data and let's say toast dot success and running or generation running started like this. Failed to generate screen. And change this to fail to generate screen. So say this now, we can use this inside the, so let's go into um, the canvas floating toolbar inside the component slash canvas. And let's come here. So let's paste it here. And let me import the use generation. I'm sorry, the use generate design by ID. Let's say constant is equals to mutate is pending. And let's pass in the project ID here. So I need to pass in the project ID as a prop here. As a project ID is of type string. And let's pass it here like this. So we have the is pending and muted. So we're going to have a function here. I'm going to call this handle, sorry, handle AI generates. Say if not prompt text just return. Say muted by passing the prompt here. So let's confirm this. Okay, this is not an object. Prompt text. So let's copy this and sorry, yeah, on click. Then here we're going to change this. So we're going to set the is pending spinner. So let's import spinner and design. Then we're going to set this to disable is pending like this. I think that is all. So let's say this. Let's go into the canvas index.css. And we need to pass in the project ID. Say project ID, project ID by this. So everything is fine. So let's go into the page and make sure we're passing this properly. So we are passing the project ID. So let's test this out. I will go back to my browser. Let's design this by clicking on this icon on this button. And I'm going to ask the AI to design the user profile from screen only. And I'm going to click on this, and this should start running and analyzing. And this is going to show actually showing the skeleton already. And hopefully this is going to give us the output. And now we can see the user profile is being generated by the AI. The screen is already generated, but it's not that good. So we're going to change the model from Gemini 2.5 Flash to Gemini 3, which is better than 2.5. So to use that, you can just come over to Open Router and search for Gemini. Let's go over to Model and search for Gemini, and then scroll down to where you have Gemini 3.3. So to use Gemini 3 to get the result we want, you are going to need to add credits. Yeah. So if we try to use this like this is going to give us has some rate limiting, which is not going to actually generate any it's going to fail. So Open Router is going to ask us to add some credits. So just come over to credits and you can add a little credits here and test it out. So since I already have some credit in AI Gateway, which is an AI SDK gateway. If I go to Visio AI Gateway, then I can click on dashboard, and this will take me to my Visio account. Then I'll click on AI Gateway here. So now you can see I have some credits. You can also try it with the AI Gateway, which has free credits, $5 free credit. You can try it out, or you can just add buy credits like this, $20, or you can just change it to $10 like that. So I already have some credits, so I can create an API key. I'll click on this. So let me delete this key and create a key here. I'll say X design AI, and then click on create key. I'll copy this key and I'll say I have saved the key. So let me head over to the code editor. Then I'm going to open the env. I'm going to paste the key here. So I've pasted it here. I'm going to save this and I'm going to go into the generate screen, and I'm going to change this from open router. If you're using open router, you just have to add the Google Gemini preview here. But since I'm using AI gateway from Open AI, I mean, sorry, from Visio, I'm going to just paste it directly like this. Because we're using the AI SDK already. So I'll save this and I'll scroll down to where we have the where we're calling the other model, and I'm just going to add this here. So I'm going to save this. So this is looking good. So we're going to also test the two on Splash 2. So once you save that, this should restart the env. You can see that we load the env. So I'm just going to go back to the browser, and then I'm going to go to the app. Then I'll go back to the home screen, and then we can try and test the we can try and test any of these prompts. If I click on, so let's test out this first, or let's test out the on Splash 2. So I'll click on food delivery, which requires images. So I just click on design, and then this should start analyzing. It's running analyzing, and then this should take some time because it's going to have to fetch some images from Unsplash. So let's wait for this to run. So now it has show the device skeleton. So hopefully it's going to generate a screen. So let's wait for this. So now we can see the output. We can see that it has completely generated the UI. So if I drag this up, we can see that Gemini 3 Pro is good. We can see the design. It's looking good. So we can try and change the theme. So let's see a theme that was selected. Orange and gray. If I pick ocean and blue, we can see that. If I pick Netflix, See that it's looking good. Let's select a different theme. This one, this one is also good. We also have we can click this is not that good, but this is okay. So let's revert back to the orange and gray. So let's ask the AI to design design the login screen and the welcome onboarding screen only. And I'm going to click on design. So it has started running and analyzing, and then we should be able to see the design. So we should first of all see the device skeleton showing up here. So let's wait for this. So it has shown the two device skeleton. So it's generating the two screens. It's going to generate one first. So this is going to be the first one, and then this is going to be the second one. So now we can see that it has generated the onboarding screen, the welcome onboarding. And let's wait for this to run. So now we have the onboarding and the login screen, and you can see how beautiful the login is. The welcome onboarding made a mistake on the image. The image should have been the full background, but I think pretty much it did very well. We can change the theme for both of them. We can see that the theme is working. Uh, let's change this to this color, and so let me pick rose gold, and we can see how beautiful they look. So this is great. So we're going to go and work on the update endpoint. So once we change the theme like this, we've changed the theme from the color that was set, I think orange and gray, to rose gold. And if you want to save this, you can just click on the save button, and this is going to save, and it's going to save the update the project with the theme. So let's go and work on that. So after that, we're going to also work on the theme. So I mean, sorry, the screenshots. You can click here to screenshot the entire canvas, or you can screenshot you can download the image. So let's go to the let me collapse this. Let's go straight to the route. Sorry, the API route dot inside the ID folder route.tx. So I'm just going to copy this same thing here. I'll copy this below here. I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to change this from post to patch. Sorry, like this. It should be capital letter. And then we are going to also check for the section, the user, and I think here we're going to just get the team. So we can say a team, or we can call this team ID and pass the team. It's a missing team. And then we have the user ID. Now we need to update. So I'm going to change this from fetch find first to updates where ID. So we have the ID here. So we're going to also get the we're going to switch and pass the user ID, which is user ID, and then we need to pass the data, which is team ID, like this. So I'll just remove all of this, and then we can pass in the project here. So this is okay. We can just say fail to update project. So now we have the updates endpoint. So let's go to the features folder and let's go into the use project ID, and we can just copy. Okay, we can copy the mutation. We're going to also pass in the project ID. So I'm going to say use update team or update canvas, can say update projects. It's okay like this. Passing the ID. Here we're going to change this to put, yeah, also team ID. I'll pass it here. So yeah, let's just change this to patch instead of put. And then we're going to say success project updated. I'll say fail to update project. So now we can use this inside. So let's just copy this and let's go to inside the components folder, then inside the canvas, then canvas floating to. So we're going to use this here. It's a constant update project is equals to use update project. Let's pass in the project ID and let's import this. So let's change this to update instead of update project. And below here we're going to define the method handle updates. I'll say handle updates current team. If there's current team, we say return. If there's no current team, return. Then we can say current team dot ID like this. So let's copy this. Make sure uh make sure this is correct. And let's go down to the button here. And I'm going to just add this on click, passing the handle updates. And now we are going to say update dot is pending. We're going to show a spinner, and then we're going to say else have the fragments. So move this inside the fragments, and we are done with this. So let's go and test this. Let's go and test this. So I'll go over to my browser, and I'm going to try and click on the save this. So let's click on this. So now you can see project updated. So if I try to reload, let's see if it's going to set this to the same we've updated. So now we can see that it's work. So we are done with the update endpoint for the canvas. So let's work on the screenshot of the canvas and also the individual device screenshot or download the images. So we should start with the canvas. So to handle screenshots in canvas here, we are going to be using Puppeteer. So I'm going to search for Puppeteer for Next.js. And if you click on the example for Visio, you can see that you can read this documentation. And this is going to ask you there to download Puppeteer Core and Chromium Minium or Min. So we're going to use this when we try to deploy a project, but we can download Puppeteer for a package. It's package, not the core version, but the Puppeteer itself for look for development. But once we want to try to deploy, we're going to use Puppeteer Core because it's lightweight and works on Visio. So let's just go back to the code and let's install all of them because we're going to be using both of them, both in development and in production. So let's clear terminal. So let's install Puppeteer first. For install Puppeteer, so we're going to install version 24.32.1. We're going to install this as a dev dependency first because this also has a Chromium. So we're going to be this works on local development, but we're going to be using the Puppeteer core for Visio, which work on Visio. So let's wait for this to install. So let's install the npm Patia core and also this Chromium Minium for the visual. So that's installed. This is going to be it's not going to be a dev dependency. So we're going to use this in production. So click on this. So this should install and make sure to install the same version with me. So once that is installing, let's head over to, okay, that's installed completely. Let's head over to the documentation. And if we scroll down to look at the templates that Visio provide, then we can see the templates here. So I'm going to scroll down to the GitHub, and we can see, let's scroll down to where we have the GitHub. So click on the GitHub repo. So I'll click on that, and we can look at how it's been done here. So we can click on app, then click on the API screenshot, click on route, and then we can see how this is implemented. So the first thing they did was to set a Chromium Park URL. So they have so if it's still in production, they have like an example Chromium, but they also in production you also have where they store the Chromium part. So we're not going to need this uh for that. We're not going to use this. So but we're going to also copy this and get Chromium part, which is so it downloads once, and for caching and stuff like that, we can see return cache part if available, and then this can be used inside the actual endpoint. So I'll copy some. So I have it already, but I've modified it. So let's just go to the code, and I'm going to paste that part inside the route. So let's create the route first. So I'm going to open app API, create a folder. I'll call it screenshots. I'll say route.txt. So I'm going to paste the one I've already modified. So this is it. So we can see that we have the same thing we saw in the visual example, and we have the get common part. You can see here once it's not another promise, we can just point to the version we installed. Then we can see I also point to this and GitHub part, and then we also have the return the download permit here, just similar to what we have in Visual, in the example that Visual provided. So I'm going to let's write the export async and function. So let's create the route itself. So it's going to be a post route. I'm going to say request and request. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to set browser here. Then let's create try catch here. And we're going to get some data from the body request body. So we're going to say await request.json. So we're going to get the HTML content, the width. So I'll set default to 800, and I'm going to say height to 600. Then we also need the project ID because we're going to be using the project ID to update, since we're going to use this one endpoint for taking screenshot for individual and device and also the entire canvas. So we need to also save the image when we're trying to screenshot. We're going to also save the image when after generating. If we go to schema Prisma, remember we had thumbnail here. So after generation is completed, we're going to call this endpoint to screenshot the entire canvas and save that inside the database. So now we need to make sure the endpoint is secure. So let's go back to route and copy the kind the let's copy the section and go back to the screenshots and let's paste it here. So let's import get and Kinde server, and there we can get the user ID is equals to user dot ID like this. So now we need to check the environment. We need to detect the environment. So this is because we are going to be deploying this to Reseal. So we're going to say constant is production. So if it's production, production is equals to process.env dot node env is equals to production like this. Then we also need to check if this is Visil. We say if Visil is equals to process.env dot Visil. So this is going to set as one. So we need to use a double exclamation mark to make this boolean. So if there is Visil is one, this is going to turn to true. So if it's Visil, now let's set puppeteer. Let's puppeteer, which is of any. Let me just set this to the entire file. Then we need also the launch option, which is also type any. So equals to, I'm going to set this to headless true like this. So we can say if is production and is for zero, then we are going to be using constant chromium. We're going to get the chromium. It's a await import uh at. So let's import similar thing we did here. Let's just copy this. So let's paste it here. And I will say property is equals to await import. We are going to import property core. Yeah. And now we can get the executable part. So executable part, we can just copy. Okay. This is coming from the Chromium. So I'm just going to paste it here. It's going to be equals to await get Chromium parts, which is this method here. So now we can say launch option like this. So we're going to end the structure. Okay, this should be launch like this, launch option. So let's do structure launch option. And then we're going to pass in the Chromium args and also the executable part. Like this is okay. But if this is development, we don't need to use this Chromium. We're going to use the actual, we're going to set property is going to be equals to, let me copy this. Sorry, I think I made a mistake, not inside here. This should be else. Property is equals to await import property which also comes with Chromium already inside. So now, uh, why is it showing? Okay. So now we're going to say browser is equals to await puppeteer um, dot launch. We're going to pass in the launch option here. So now we're going to create a page. We say constant page is equals to await browser dot new page like this. So now we need to set the viewport. So set viewport viewport size. So we'll say await page dot set viewport, so width inside this number, we pass in the width, the height is going to be number height, and then device scale factor, which is going to be 2, like this. So now we need to set the content. So since we are using HTML and not a URL, we're going to set HTML content, like this. So we can say, sorry, await page dot set content HTML, and we can say wait until document dump content loaded, like that. So we can also pass in set like a delay. So I'll just set like a set timeout like this. So give it a preference so that the font and everything should load. And then we can then capture screenshots or capture. So we're going to say constant buffer is equals to await page dot screenshot type png. Then we can say full page force. So now we have the buffer. Now we can now save this. So I'll say if project ID was passed, then we know that we need to update the project. So I'll say project ID. I'll say constant and base 64. So convert this to base 64. I say buffer dot to string base 64. So now we can say await Prisma dot update. Sorry, dot project. So let me import Prisma here. So Prisma dot project dot update, where ID is project ID and user ID. Then data, we can update the thumbnail to data image slash png column or semicolon or so column. Then we say base 64. We add a comma there and we pass in the base 64 like this. So we have buffer to string on base 64. Then we also have Prisma project updates, data image, PNG, base 64. Then we return, so we're going to just return next response dot JSON base 64 like this. So let's import this. So now this is just going to return. So, but if we're not passing any project ID, so we're just going to return a new next response. So we want the client to be able to get the buffer and then we can download the image. Uh, we can download the image from the client side. So we're going to say buffer as any, and then we can set the header content type. So this is going to send this in chunk by chunk. So we're going to say content type image slash png. Why this is okay. So now if there's any error, we can just return next response, next response.json error. It's a failed to and screenshots. And then we can set the status to 500. Let's just consider log error like this. So we are done with the endpoints. So let's go and integrate the endpoints where we're going to use it. So the first place we're going to integrate it. Let's So we need to also add close the browser. We should have finally then browser close. So await browser dot close. So this is going to close the browser. So now we're going to use the API inside the route. Um, let's go straight to components canvas inside the canvas.index.css. Then let's go down. Let's go into the device component, device frame first. And here we're going to handle the download. Remember, we pass in inside the toolbar. We have the download PNG and the downloading is downloading. So let's define a state here. So I'm going to set is downloading and set is downloading. So we can pass is downloading right inside the device frame. Sorry, device frame toolbar. Then we can also add disable to is downloading. Now let's define the function here. So we're going to say handle constant handle downloading download PNG like this. So if you use callback, then we are going to pass in async. Let's import and use callback, and let's also import Asios. So let's come down here. So inside here, we're going to say if it's downloading, then return. Then we can set is downloading. Is downloading to to true. Now let's set try and catch here. So circumstance response is equals to await Asios dot post slash API slash screenshots. And then we need to pass in the HTML content, which is going to be full HTML, which is from this. Then we need to also pass in the width and then the height, which is going to be frame size dot height. Height. So you can use frame size dot width, but I just want to keep the width the same, the default width here. So we have 420. Or we can also just set frame size dot width if you want to increase it like this, or I might just leave it like that. So it depends on, let's just leave it like this. And then have comma here. we need to also set this to response response type blob. Then we also need to set validate status. So we need to check if status is greater than equals to 200 and status is less than 300, or status is equals to 304. So this is going to return a success. So now below here we're going to say constant URL is equals to window dot URL dot create object URL response dot data. Then let's create a link. So say documents dot create elements a tag. So we are going to then say link dot ref is equals to URL. Then link dot download is equals to, we're going to set the title, so title dot replace. So we're going to replace the space with dash. So we're going to define a regular expression like this. I will say hyphen here. So to lowercase, and let's add an hyphen here. Let's say dates dot now dot png like this. So now we need to also then click on the link. So click, then after we click on the link, you say window dot URL dot revoke object URL, then pass in the URL. Now we can say toast. So let's import those from Sona, and let's say success image downloaded or screenshots. Let's say screenshots downloaded. So if there's any error, we can say console.error error, and let's say toast dot error failed to screenshots. Then finally, set is downloading to false. So let's set the dependency like this. Now we can use this. Let's just copy handle download PNG. Go down to where we have the on download PNG, and let's paste this here. So save this and let's go ahead and try it. So let's run npm run dev. So the server is running now. Let's test it out. So I'm going to click on the icon here, this download icon. And once I click on this, we can see the spinner is showing up here. So let's wait for this to download. So let's wait. So now it has downloaded successfully. If I open the image which was downloaded, you should be able to see that we can see the image now, which is clean and it's looking good. So now we've seen how to use how to screenshot or download the individual frame or screen. So now let's work on the screenshot, and also when we generate uh, a new project or generate a new frame, we are going to screenshot the canvas so so we save it in the project terminal. So let's go back to the code. So before we go ahead and work on the canvas screenshot, so go into the canvas component. Then I want to comment this out and pass the it's loading inside the frame, so it's movable. So I'll say it's loading is equals to frame dot is loading. Then inside the device frame, we have pass in is loading here. Then I'm going to say it's loading is equals to first, and then I'm going to copy this it's loading. Then scroll down to where we have iframe here and say if it's loading, then let's show the device frame skeleton. So let's pass in style, position, relative, and we can set width. Let's give the width 800, height, or we can use the actual width we have here, the default width we have here. We have 420 and 800. So let's set this to width and height, minimum height like this. So now we're going to say else, and let's pass in the iframe like this. So now if let's also set disable to is loading like this. So let's save this and let's go into the canvas, and inside it canvas floating toolbar, we are going to implement the screenshot. So I'll just collapse all of this. So we're going to plug and connect the function to this button. So let's go up in this side. We are going to pass in some prop here. So I'm going to pass in the screenshotting and on screenshot function. So let's pass in the prop here for this, and let's add in the type. So a screenshot, sorry, a screenshotting. We can set it to boolean, and then on screenshots, like this. So let's pass this here. Let's scroll down to where we have the button. We can just say and disable is screenshotting. Then we can just do the same thing we did here. Cut this out and say if is screenshotting, then show a spinner, else pass the camera icon. Then we say on click on screenshots like this. So let's go into the canvas itself. Let me remove this. Then scroll down here. We need to pass that here. So we're going to define the state for that. So let's define the state for in screenshotting, and also the use ref for canvas. Just define canvas root ref. And now let's pass in a screenshotting. Let's pass it inside the canvas floating bar. And then we have on screenshots, which we are going to define here. We are going to say, uh, constant handle Undo canvas screenshots. Let's use callback. Let's import it and let's pass it here. So to screenshot the canvas, since we are going to be using the HTML content, we can't use the URL because we need to puppeteer need to authorize need to authorize before accessing this page. So we have to get the HTML content of this page, and we are going to be using the useref hook. So we're going to pass the useref hook here. So we're going to say ref. So this is going to capture everything like from here. So it's going to exclude the canvas control and the canvas and floating toolbar. So let's just go up. Now we're going to create a function, or let me create a function below here. It's a function get canvas HTML contents. So say constant elements is equals to canvas root ref dot current. I say if not elements, then we can just say toast error, or we can just console. Okay, we can toast to say canvas canvas element not found. So we're going to first of all set its styles to equals to empty string. Now we need to for loop and say constant sheet of documents. So we need to get the styles documents the style sheet, and then we say try catch first. Yeah, let's just close this. So yeah, we're going to say for loop again, constant rule of sheet dot css rules. So it says style sheet styles plus equals to rule dot css text like this. Now we can return the elements, which is L, and then the HTML. We are going to wrap this inside an HTML. So I'm going to paste it here. So like this. So elements. I think we check this. So this, if not this, okay. Let's set return no like this. So now we've passed in the style. We also passed in the body. Now we can get the content for the canvas. So we can use this inside the screenshot. So we're going to pass in uh, the project ID. So let's say try catch. So we think we have the project ID here. So we're going to make use of it inside here. So we're going to have the project name. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the canvas HTML content. Let's move this up here. So we're going to say if not use the HTML, then toast error. Then we can say set. We need to remove the set selected. So set. So let's get that from here. Set selected frame ID like this. So we are going to deselect the selected frame. We set that to null. Then we are going to say set is loading. A screenshot in true. Something is wrong here. Okay. So now let's get set response. So we need to import Asios here. So let's import Asios. So import Asios from Asios. And then let's scroll down. So let's add async here. And we say await Asios dot post slash API slash screenshots. Then we need to pass in the content to say HTML result.html. Then we say width result.elements dot scroll height. Sorry, scroll width. Or you can set the width if you want. We can set maybe 1200, but I'm going to set height to 700. So let's just go into the device frame and copy what we already did here. So I'll just copy from here, copy everything like this. So let's go into index or CSS, TXS canvas, so index or TSS, and I'm going to just paste it here. So I think I need to, so the error should stop. So we need to use the project name. So just copy project name and just paste it here like this. So let's pass in the project name. So, okay, project name can be null. So what we can do, we can just set so let's say constant title is equals to project name or canvas, and let's pass in title here like this. So we can say let's say console.log error, and then toast dot error failed to screenshot canvas, and then finally we set in screenshotting to false. So now let's go ahead and test this. So make sure the server is running, and let's go into the preview. So let's go into the browser, just reload this. So let's test it out. So I'm going to click on this icon now. And now we should see that it is loading. And now it has screenshot. You can see screenshot downloaded. So let me move this. Let me open the image. And now you can see that the screenshots work. So you can see that we're able to screenshot the food review. If you want, you can also hide this frame toolbar from displaying when you try to screenshot. But for me, everything is fine. So we are done with this. Now let's go ahead and work on the so let's go back to the home screen, and we're going to screenshot when we try to generate a new frame or a new project. So let's go to the code and let's implement that. So inside the code, so we are going to check is if the loading status is completed, then we are going to screenshot and the save the screenshot to the project thumbnail. So we can do that. We're going to be using use effect. So I'll move this down. I'll create a method. So let's copy this. Let's copy the what we have here. So copy it and paste it here. So let's change this to save thumbnail to projects like this. Now we can pass in the project's ID. You can say type string or no. And then we're going to say if not projects, if not project ID, just return. And this I want to just return no, yeah. And so I'm going to also remove the screenshotting. And then I think this is okay. So we're going to pass in the project ID here. So if you look at the route, this is going to, sorry, route screenshots. This is going to update. This is going to update the project. So I think we don't need this. We're not downloading, and we don't need this. So if response dot data console.log thumbnail save response dot data. So let's just remove everything like this. We set frame to null. So let's say use effects. So inside let's import to use effects. So we're going to say if us projects ID return, then if loading status not equals to completed, return. So say constant handle thumbnail save is equals to async. Then we can just say try. Okay, we don't need a try catch. Or we can just use it directly like this. We can just say pass in the function, and then we can say projects ID like this. So update the sorry, the dependency, and then we are done with this. So we are done. So let's test it out. Make sure your server is running, and let's go to the browser and let's test. So make sure you reload first, and I'm going to click on this finance tracker, and I'm going to click on design. So let's see, analyzing. So we should be able to see the console log once it saved the screenshots. So it's analyzing. Now we can see that it's showing the name of the frame. So there's the reason why we added the this is the reason why we added the it's loading inside the frame so it's movable. So let's wait for this to complete. And you can see that the two icons are disabled. And we can see that it has stopped. So let's see if this screenshot. Now we can see that thumbnail save. We can see that it worked. So we can also add finalizing to the top if you're saving. And if we go back to the home screen, now we should be able to see, yeah, we can see the screenshots now. So this is great. This is great. So I just also designed this app recently. If I click on this now, you should be able to see uh, the design is looking great. Welcome onboarding screen, login, and then the dashboard. So we can see how good looking it is. And you can take screenshots. You can click on it to and download the image and view everything. So if you go back to the home screen, we can see the thumbnail. Before we go ahead and start deploying our projects, let's go into the components. So I made some changes. So if you go into index.css, if you scroll up to where we have the save thumbnail to project, so I have the states here. We can see is saving and set to saving. So I've added it to the save thumbnail. So the reason why I added it is because I added it here. So once it's saving, it's going to show finalizing. And if you scroll down to the canvas loader, we can see I added the finalizing here, and then you can see status is equals to finalizing, and that is it. So you can just add the is saving. And lastly, I also noticed if you go into the canvas context, I forgot to update the set loading state to generating. So I've already updated, so just update that so it does not show only analyzing till it's complete. So that is all. So now let's go ahead and deploy this project. So let me cancel ingest and then cancel sorry, cancel the server and ingest, and let me clear this. So say add git commits. Um can say first commits. So I've already have let me open my so now if I go into the GitHub, I already have a GitHub repo I've added here. So that's why you can see all the file added. Well, it's already updated. So let's go to the browser and let's create a repo. So I'll create a new repo here. I'll call this X design mobile agents. Make this and let's click on create. Click on creating repo. So now I'm going to uh change this to so this should be I'm already in the main branch. So I'm just going to add this. So let's go to the code and let me paste this here. So I'll change this to New origin. So let me push this. So now this, if I go back to the browser and I reload this, now we can see this has been added to the GitHub. Now let me open Visio. So let's create a new project. And I'm going to select X Mobile Agents SaaS, click on import, and then let's change this to X Design AI AI. Then let's also add the EM variable. So I'm going to copy everything I have inside my ENV. So I'll quickly do that. So I've pasted the ENV. So just paste everything here. We are going to still come back and update this URL. So let's go down and let's click on deploy. So I think I also made a mistake. Let's go into code review. So inside the code, then let's go into package.json. So we forgot to add Prisma, sorry, post install for Prisma. We say Prisma generates like this. So let's push this now. Let's add this. Add post install for Prisma. So let's push this to main. So now let's go to the browser. Now this should update. So let's try and click on deploy. So make sure you also add Node env production. Now let's click on deploy. So this has started to build. So it's throw an error. So what I'm going to do, let's just go to the code and then let's remove. So just remove the request here. So I'm going to say this again and push. So let me push this. So let's go to the browser and then I'll go back to the dashboard. And I'm going to click on this so we can create a new deployment. So I think it automatically built after I made a push. So let's check the deployment. So it's built it. Okay, it's we can see the build log. So everything worked. So everything worked. So let's just go back into. Let me go back and then click on this and then go to settings. So I'm going to update the environment variable. So I'm going to update the kind. Let me get the domain. So S sign. I'll copy this and then let's go into environment variable. Then scroll down to where we have kind issue URL. Okay, now this one, kind site URL. Yes. So let's just update this. Edit and changes to this domain. So we can say HTTPS, and let's paste this. So copy this and then click on save. And then also for the login URL, edit, update this and click on save. And also the login, let's edit this or login with direct URL, paste this and then save. So I think that is all. So let's redeploy and let's redeploy this. So we can go to deployments and you should be able to see it has started building. So I'll go to kind. Let me go to .com. Okay, so I have the project already open here. So let me open it. So I've logged into the account. So let me click on the project we created. Then scroll down to where we have callback URL. So let's just paste this. Copy the API auth. So I'll just say slash paste this like this. So I'll copy this again. I'll pass it here too. So I think so that I think guys that is it. Okay, let me just paste this here. And let's just save this. So it is updated. So let's go over this as built. So if I click on S design AI Visio app, this should open. So we're not signing. So let's click on sign in. Let's see it is going to work with kind. So it's working. So I can use Google. So now I've logged in into the account and you should be able to see the recent projects which we already have. It's a fail to load projects. So I noticed after signing in, it's showing fail to load projects. If when I went to go into VCU, I checked it and I saw that this is showing 500 error due to Prisma generates not found or Prisma CLI not found. Client, sorry, Prisma clients not found. So if I click on this now, if I click on this again, we can see that the error is coming from Prisma. So what we should do, we should go back to the code. And what I did here was to change this from Prisma client to Prisma client-js. And let's try this work. So I'm going to update again. So let me add uh, updates Prisma schema. I'm going to put, so now this has put, so let me go back to the browser. So let's go to deployment. So this should start running. This should create a new deployment. So let me go back and I'm going to click on it again. Then click on deployment. Then you see that it is building. So let's wait for this to build. Let's check the build log. This should, you can see that it's a generated Prisma client. We start by importing Okay, hopefully this should work. So let's wait. So it has complete. So let me try and reload this again. Hopefully this work. So it works. So it was so make sure you update that to Prisma and client GX. So if I click on this, I should be able to see. So it's loading the project. I should be able to see the project. So we can see that it's working after deploying. So now we need to connect to Inngest. Remember, we're no more using the localhost 8288. So just make sure to go back to your Inngest account, and we're going to add Inngest to Visio. So so just come over to integration. I think we can connect to Visio. Let me check app. Okay, get started. Yeah, let's connect to apps. Sync with Visio. So you can manage Visio integration. Okay, we need to integrate Visio. So you can click here and just click on integrate Visio. So click on connect Visio to ingest. So click on add integration. Then select account. So I've already installed this before. So just click on so you can select a specific product and project or all. So I've already installed. So if I select a project, it's going to disable this option. So click on continue. So I'm going to find the project. So let me just save configuration, and so now let me find the project. So I'll scroll down to where we have the AI. So I found it here. I think this is it. Okay, this is it. X Design AI. That's what we have here. X Design dash AI. So let me click on this configure. So click on enable. So enable the project status. So determine whether or not Inngest will communicate with your Visual application. We have passed in the path. So we need to create a deployment key. So let's go to the project we deployed. Let's click on settings, and then let's go to deployment protection. So just enable this if it's not enabled. Then we can click on add, then leave blank and click on add. And this is going to generate a, so you can click on this to copy. So click on copy. Then let's go back to Index and let's paste it here. So once we paste it, now let's click on save configure. So it has saved. So we can go back and let's check if it's able to pick up the functions. So it's not working. So let's go back to app. So it's not able to sync. So let's click on sync manually. And let's paste in the path. So I'll just copy the S Design AI Visio app, and let's go over to ingest, and let's just paste it and say API slash ingest and click on sync here. So let's wait for this. So I think it failed. So I think the best way for me to do this is to do this manually because it's not able to sync. So I'll click on sync new app, and I'm going to manually. So I'm going to say XAI Visio app, then click on sync app. So I keep failing. So let me look at this. So I noticed I was using a wrong app URL. So I've changed it to the deployed one I have. So let me click on sync now. And this should work because I've updated the URL to the right one. So let's wait for it to load. So now you can see that it is sync. And if we check the functions now, you can be able to see the generate function and the hello, generate UI screen function and hello world function. So now we can see that everything is connected now. So now we can then generate a design. So I'll just click on fitness activity app. I'll just say design a fitness app uh, dashboard screen only. So let me first of all make sure I reload this, paste this again, design fitness app dashboard screen, then click on submit or design, and we should be able to redirect us to, you can see, you're not able to say, let's check Inngest if this is running. So let's check one. So it's running. If I check back, okay, we can see that it's generating. And we can see the fitness dashboard. So this is working fine. So let's wait for this to complete. And we can see that it has generated the screen. It's just in finalizing, and that should screenshot the canvas. So we can see that this is looking good. So let's wait for this to finalize. Okay, so I think it is done. So we can change theme and see that everything works fine. So we can say everything is working fine. You can change the theme and it's looking great. So we should also test the screenshots. So I'll click on download here and let me see if this is going to work. So we can see that it worked. If I open this in a new tab, you can see the image was downloaded. You can see the design. So if I go back to the canvas now, you can see everything will work fine. So so that is the end for this video. So make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel.